1, 2, mic check. You should be good. That's looking my fucking mic. Okay. I'm back. Check 1, 2, mic check. Kind of nasty. Hey, what's going on out there? All right, we're live, baby. We're coming live. What's going on? Oh yeah, baby. Hello, traders. I guess I should post this, right? That I'm back here or no? Live stream is up. Live stream is up. What's going on, dude? We're coming into the Daily Trigger right now. I had to reset my entire office. I apologize. I'm gonna do it as the stream comes on because I don't want to waste any more fucking time. We're just gonna run with it. What do we got going on here? Should I just go right into it? We're going into the Daily Trigger right now, by the way. Sweet. You can see me and I can see you. I couldn't see you. Just my camera was off. Like I had this set up on remote, and so I can like control my office from somewhere else. And I just got home, and what? Well, first off, so I get home and I made myself coffee. I think I'm drinking sour milk or sour cream. Like I think the cream is sour. So I think I'm having like I like literally poured old coffee into a cup, threw it in the microwave, shook the creamer and poured it in, and I think it stinks. And I left my cat here, my cats here. Took the dogs and put them to a friend's house for 36 hours or so. Left the cats. Now the cats are freaking out. I'm glad to be home. I don't know what I can say in public here. I don't know if my family is watching right now or not. So I got to be careful what I say here. Maybe I'll talk more in the Discord. I did have a family emergency over the weekend. I don't know what I want to say in public. That's a private thing. It's not me personally, but it is a direct family member, an extended direct family member, if that helps. So at least I'm public. I don't know what to say. I should probably keep it in the Discord or just with people that I trust. But at any rate, I had a family member that went through a medical emergency that required my wife and children to be there immediately, mostly because we are living closest to her, and no one else lives close by. And then, of course, I followed up and showed up as well. I had to you can't just drop. I'm getting older, so I can't drop life as easily as I would like to if I need to, if there's an emergency. Thankfully, my wife can. My children can. We have the ability to do that, but we got dogs and cats, and I've got schedules all week long. I have to account for and fix for someone else to take care of that stuff. And so it's been very crazy around here since, I want to say, Saturday, Sunday. I'm grateful that we could even do this because I know that other people can't. But at the same time, this is a very close person to my wife and my children, and this person means more than the world to us. So that's what happened. If you want to know where I've been, and I'm home alone right now. I went there, then I came back, and so I'm a bachelor. Thankfully, actually, I'm a bachelor because the questions that I have are not being answered, and so I'm a little frustrated. On the other side of things, I'm a little frustrated, so it's probably better for me to be here and be home. I'm getting older. I didn't think when I'd see men be there and then not be there, I'd always thought it was because maybe they're assholes or something. It's not. It's like a bunch of other shit that has to happen to ensure that your wife and kids can do what they need to do, I think. Really weird things I'm learning as I get older. Anyways, we'll talk more about that elsewhere or in the Discord or whatever. She is fine. If you know, she's fine. Or not fine. She's not fine, of course. But she's alive. I think that's what matters the most. So let's get back into what we're doing here. So a few things. Let's go over to the trigger screen. We are coming into the daily trigger right now. There's a lot more that we need to go over that I haven't gone over in market briefs. I haven't had the time to verbalize what I want to say to you about where we are and where we're headed and all that kind of stuff, as there are still questions out there, of course. And I went briefly into some of it last night, but not into the depth that it needs to be discussed. Now, some things we need to talk about. Now, number one, we took out this band, this yellow band right here. I had us going up here and then rejecting down. And can I put this back up, what I've got us doing here? I don't know if I can. Can I show? Nope. Nope. No. All right, I can't replay it. Okay. Anyways. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I deleted the expectations. Anyways, the expectations were to come up here and then roll down. My initial thought was not that we would trade this today. It was that we would get a bad report this morning. Bad PPI report, squeeze up, grab some liquidity, and head down. That has not happened. We got a great PPI, right? And that implies we're going to get a decent CPI. No, not guaranteed, but decent or good. Normally, your PPI is your producer price index, right? Cost of goods. Now, there have been reminiscences of gouging by retailers, right? Even though the price of goods have gone down, the retailers are gouging you out there. CPI will explain that to you in more depth tomorrow. So there's no guarantee that CPI is going to be cool. And if it's not cool, the market will have a stink about it. But that does not preclude the market pricing in a cool CPI report based upon PPI, whether you like that or not. And, of course, I want the pullback for a bunch of reasons, right? I want the pullback because I want the 3 touches, right? We got 2. We got 1. We got 2. And we want one more back test over here just to buy more. It's like you buy this and then you buy this and you get greedy and you want to buy it again, right? Add more. Will we get that chance? Yes. We're either going to get that chance right now or we'll get that chance later in the day, 1:30, 2:30. Maybe they pull us back, or maybe we get the hot CPI report, pull us back, or we get the squeeze up, the back test, and hopefully get that one last chance, right? We always want that one last chance because you're leaving people behind, right? Let's be honest. We're going to talk about Rubner at some point today, too, because he's being hailed as King Dingaling, and he's kind of right, but he's kind of wrong, too. And we're going to talk about that in more depth. That actually has to do with last night's report. You might not know that, but the reverse seasonality has to do with Rubner, of all people. We're going to talk about him because he's being praised as calling the top. And I'm like, kind of manufactured it, too. And we talked about will they get the roll early or late? And it looked like they were going to get the roll early. Versus seasonality. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to talk about it. Now, Rubner also was fucking bearish like here and here. Rubner was like straight out coming out saying more crash, more crash. And he didn't get that, although he's being praised as getting it. Or being praised that he's in the eighth. Well, now he's saying he's in the eighth inning. He's going to get his his grand slam or something like that. But we'll talk about this more in depth here as we move forward. Any dips that you can find, you take here. That's the rule. I think I said that too. But you get any dips that you get a chance. Told you this was the confirmed bottom down here. I think I said that on Twitter a few days ago, and sure enough, it's been printing like a motherfucker all the way. It hasn't stopped. Just keeps going up. I had a friend on the phone this morning, John Haggerty. I was talking to him, and he was saying, why is there no premium kick here? Why are we not getting any premium? We're not quite in negative gamma right now. But as we get out into positive gamma, you will see that kick restart. Any of you out there wondering why calls aren't huge in printing and stuff, you'll get that kick above right about here. And you will see money enter the market as well. I showed you guys last night the CTA turn, and that's going to I want you to think about the mechanics of expiration, OPEX. Anyone caught in the early bloodbath, and all those spreads that are still out there into OPEX, end of month expiration. I want you to think about as we come into OPEX, they're going to still get their prints if they held on. If you're not, I held on, right? A matter of fact, I closed the sold calls almost at exactly bottom. And you're looking back, it was way the fuck down here, right? So I've been managing my trades. I'm assuming the other spread holders out there are managing theirs as we sneak back into OPEX and end of month. So there's like overriding mechanics heading into the end of the month for OPEX and a month. And my spreads were for the first week of September. Remember I said, I'm going to put an extra week on them just in case it's looking kind of sketchy here, right? Just in case they don't hit them until just after the end of the month, right? They burn everybody, then they send it higher. And we're getting there right now. So early, which is good. Some people had spreads early in the month, 16th, 17th, 18th. I know I talked to John H. He's like, I got the 16th. So there's like a bunch of people that are tied into VIX or OPEX. Some people tied into the end of the month, and other people tied into just after the end of the month. And we're all patiently waiting, of course, right, to see what happens. And I have other questions, too, because I've got puts sold on Nvidia, and I want those fucking things to expire at goddamn zero. And it's been sketchy, right? Like Nvidia, I'm like, oh, God, here we go. Keep going up, because I still want those. This is SPY, but I want, of course, I want those puts to expire. Fucking worthless. And they're looking great today as well. Nvidia is making me so happy. So I got asked by Joe Donut probably a year or two ago about Nvidia, and I told him where it was going, and he did not believe me. He'll attest to it. I was like, this is where it's going. And he thought maybe half of that. And I never took the trade. Never followed it. And I finally belatedly jumped on Nvidia the moment it went down. I think I got 103.16 or something like that, and I didn't quite get the $100 the day after. I stayed long. I haven't bought since then either. It's just the same 100 pack. I should have added this past week or two, and I just haven't had the time or timed it to do it or remembered to do it. I want to own like 1,000 fucking shares of Nvidia if possible. If we roll back, I'll grab some down here. I want that. I'm sure some of you do too. This is how you leave people behind, by the way. This is when we get melted up. I don't think we're going to melt up, but, we might crash cap. I'm just waiting for a pullback cap. Oh, my God, it's melting up cap. I suck at melt ups. Just give me a pullback, bro. There's one, there's two. We didn't get one right now. Hopefully we get one more. You get trains leaving. And there's a bunch of mechanics in this. Like if you get the CTA turnaround, you get the bond CTA exiting bonds to jump in with the CTAs. You get hedge funds in already. You get the corpos, you get the institutional buyers, you start getting retailers getting excited, all that kind of shit. And this will turn into fuck you, we're out of here. And if you look at the 4-hour candle for today with that PPI print, you can already see it. You can see it right now. If you just look at if you look at a 4-hour candle right here, we're not even going to look at a 1-day candle. And they are not fucking around. One big, giant, green-ass buy candle. And we're starting the next 4 hours. It's 12:03. They've been buyers for half an hour. And they're already fucking buying. They're just like, fuck you. We're going to push this fucker up. And we're going to pull back. We'll pull back from the squeeze. But I would expect by 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, take some off, pull back down here, and await CPI. Now, we got stuff to talk about, don't we? We didn't get a pullback this morning. It's running away. We've got CPI. We've got Nvidia earnings. Of course, I want to be out by their earnings. We've got Jackson's Hole coming up, the economic symposium. That's probably bullish, by the way. It depends on where we are. If we're back testing any of this crap, if we're up here back testing any of this crap as we head into the symposium, I would expect to be bullish. I don't think Jerome's not going to crash the market. I don't think. But if we're in a high, he has historically dumped the market in Jackson's Hole. I swear I'm drinking. I know I'm drinking. I think my coffee is spoiled. Not the coffee, but the cream. And there's some other threat here too. We always talk about the little gym bros, the big gym bros. There's a big gym bro. There's Rubner, supposedly. I love how he's like, I called it, bro, right here, and we're gonna talk about that too. Like, what did he actually call? Where did we actually trade to? Did he actually call it? What was the call? And I'm going to explain this better to you if you don't know. We knew to wrap this up in here somewhere. We'll talk about it, but we'll chat about it. What did he actually get in the call? How much did he actually make? I don't know, but it's not what I thought it was. Yeah, we'll talk about it because we knew not to be long here, right? We knew coming into the end of July that we would, our hypothesis was that we would trade sideways, look for a down move into the end of month, first week or something. We ended up getting more down than we expected, but nobody was long the market. It was take all your money and run and look for a low. We even made market briefs about it, right? I got asked, when are we buying the dip? When are we buying the dip? I think we thought it was right here on the Friday, the 24th, or it would be like the first of the month. And it turned into being the 5th, right? That was the Monday right there. So, no, sorry. Friday the 2nd or Monday, like the first step Monday was like a 3rd or something, or 5th of the month. We'll look at the calendar at some point. Because seasonally, that's what you're supposed to buy for a payoff on the 28th of August. We'll look at it today. For a payoff. Now, this down move was more than expected, right? And we kind of have a reverse seasonality going on. We'll explain this more. I'll go into this more later. But going back to the big boys out there, right? The little gym bros and the big gym bros. We know that they were up here. We know they're up here. We know they're up here. And they're probably looking right now, watching this and saying, okay, so if we're here, all right, so they sold it here, and they noticed that jump above, and they threw it back down, right? And you want to be paying attention to that same thing up here, right? You get comfortable as a bull. Move all that. You get comfortable as a bull, and there's, some old fuck like Rubner rub himself up here waiting for you to get all oh yeah, everything is awesome, and then they slam you down and roll you back down here. We get our our 1, 2, and 3, and then the real trade was right there, right? So you want to pay close attention to that. You want to pay close attention to end of day, hot CPI, Vixpiration, OPEX, and do they roll us back down over here? So just be conscious of that. If you're a bull and you're looking for, hey, Capel, then when can I get in? When can I put some real exposure on? Where can I get all bulled up, Cap? It's not new high. It's right about here. So you're looking at right about there. And you want to see, if you're a bull, two things happen. Or in a pristine world, what you're looking for is for price to make a new high, right, on a larger frame. This is a 4-hour chart. You want to see price. I personally would like to see price get up there, just tick it, come back down, and have that hourly trigger come back up. Not necessarily touch it, but get close to it. And as soon as I see that price action, you're pretty safe. You've got now the daily trigger underneath you, the hourly trigger, price, hourly trigger, and daily trigger. And you might be saying to me, like, you might say to yourself, like, hey, Captain, why do I have to wait so long? And it's because of the length of time we'll stay up here in relative safety. This is where we can go for long periods of time to the upside. I mean, we're kind of like right here, aren't we? This is where we are. We're right here. Can this run away from us? Fuck yeah, it can. But if that hourly trigger comes back here, any back testing of it, bam, you're off and running. Woohoo, made some money. Back test the daily trigger. Woo, off and running again. Everything is honky-dory. For an extended period of time, you may get 2, 3 big, huge trades in there, and everything is saucy. Everything is good. You're in relative safety. Excuse me. I'm over here huffing and puffing. Let's take a look somewhere else, too. We have this little sell bar up here. You can see these guys up here, right? Little sneaky Pete's in here. They're back over there. We got these sneaky Pete's right here. We got some gap to close above here. All right, let's get rid of that. A little bit of gappage right there to close. Right there. Price target 542.96. We're going to get back to a 30-minute basis. Let's take a peek right here. Let's go to a 30-minute basis. Let's look at velocity. And velocity is improving. We have a low, a higher low, a higher low on a daily basis. We're losing some velocity on the upside here. We went back to negative and didn't get negative on hourly. That's bullish. I'm assuming that's from this morning. That was yesterday at 4 p.m. And from them, we've been bulled up. We want to see Velo continue a little, maybe for another hour or two. Even if we get a new low down there, we want to see that next, like from now until about 2:30 this afternoon. Some more bullishness if possible. It's now 12:17. We got some time. Got like 2-3 hours. On here. Make that a little bit bigger right there. Everything's looking pretty good. We're a little long in the tooth on the half hour and the 15-minute. Let's take a peek here. We're starting to squeeze right now. Price target upside 542.96. Let's look at some targets up here. And look at that. We've got notice how that just aligns, right? R4 and R5, 2.5% move would be the expected on today. I think it's a 1.5 tomorrow and 2.5% expected move today, and 1.5% for tomorrow. So look at that. R4, R5, right up there. Right where that expected gap closure is. R3, right here. Another tag right there. There's R2. And there is R1. We will get rid of these for now just so we can see them. First target 540.46. And then, of course, we've got the 542.96 is the R4, R5. That's a zone of sell, right? We expect a red day tomorrow. It's not really a tag. It's more of a zone of expectation. So we're looking good on velocity to the upside. We're looking good on the second 4 hour candle. I wouldn't be looking at the next 4 hours from 11 until I think it's 8 to 11 a.m. right, and then 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. I'd start wrapping it up by 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, and I'd pay closer attention to an hour basis. If you watch that kind of stuff, you can see that first green right here. Make that yellow. Let's make that yellow. Make this one right here yellow too. Just exercise some caution as we head up there. Let's go back and watch this. Tonight, yeah, it's good, just like that. First target 540.46. Oops, sorry about that. Move that over for you. Now we got to talk Rubner. Or we got a lot of talk. We got a lot of like explaining about the mechanics right now to talk about. Or at least what the banks think and all that kind of stuff and what those guys are saying. And we're going to talk about, we got a few things to go over here. So we got a bunch of shit. How do we start this conversation off? I wanted to write you a brief about this, and it's complicated and it's in depth. I don't know if you're going to get that brief. You may or may not. You're going to get it free, at least today. Dude, we are so hedged, it's not even funny. It is ridiculous how hedged we are. It's kind of comical at this point. How hedged we actually are. If you are looking for a pullback, 5,300 seems like a reasonable place. I don't know what's going on. My gamma levels are all fucked up. I don't know why. Let's put these back in again. I don't know what is going on. There we go. All right. There's some good news here. We've had low volume, right? We're getting a kick today of volume, or at least gamma, the importance of gamma lower, which we did not have on Friday. Today we had it this morning, which is good. Gamma is beefing up. Support is beefing up to the downside. If you're looking for a place to pull back, 5,300 is about what you're looking for. Hold on, let me see if I got that right. Yeah, 5,300's got minus 62.05 on it. So if you are like dooming and glooming, or you're looking for a pullback, 5,300 is reasonable. That is roughly Thursday, August 24th, which is right in here. I said Thursday, August 24th. Is that what I said? How about Thursday, August 8th? So if you're looking for a pullback, you might be able to get down to 526.5, roughly in there. It was about 525 to 520 earlier today. It's higher now due to where price is. So there's some doors closing to the downside for you if you're a bear. Gamma flip today is at 54. 36-ish. Check that where the gamma flip is. 54.35 is where the gamma flip is today. I'm gonna local resistance is at 54.50. Call wall's at 5,500, and not shockingly, the doom line is right there too. It's right where the doom line is where local resistance is. There should be some kind of chicanery as we get bet. The doom line right now, just so you know, is the first roll. So where the first trap, there's two traps, right? It's the first gap and the second gap. The first gap is where the trap was. There's no dealer that wants you to get paid if you got caught in that. So be very attuned to that, which is just above. It's like a tick above where local resistance is. That's your chance to get out. If you got caught, and where you were supposed to buy a dip, and you bought that dip for a print on OpX end of month, somewhere in there, or first week of the month, that's where I bought, you are going to be given a chance to exit in an orderly fashion, and you want to reposition yourself if you're going to get bulled up again, because they'll likely roll us there. I'm going to show it to you right now. You're always given an exit, right? Orderly exit, even if this is the top. And I'm going to show you right where it was. It was right here. It was right over here. Very important right here. It's a little bit lower. It's right there. See that tick? See that fucker right there? Boom, trap. Drop you down. And that is right where, guess what? Where the gamma flip is. Shocker, right? There's the gamma flip. There's the doom line. And here's local resistance. All in that area above. So be very careful in there. Like, my one thing I want to warn you of. I'm going to warn you. I warned you of this when it first happened. And I got to say it to you again. It does not matter if we continue higher. Oh, couple, we continued higher, right? It's get out, lick your wounds, or take the minimal profit you have and reposition yourself. That would be here or here on a back test. If they roll us back down, you were given, you were offered the opportunity, at least, to unfuck yourself. And that's all you're doing. Wealth preservation, put risk on where you should put risk on. Know that you'll always be given a chance to get out so you don't get fucked, right? I've shown you this time and again. Where we return to the scene of the crime, you're given the opportunity to get out. Every once in a while, if you did not exit, and you did not exit and reposition, they will fucking roll you to the downside again. It's literally on this time frame, it's your chance to exit. So if you do exit, that's what I'm going to do. Just want you to know that as we get up there in there, I'm going to be exiting and looking forward to reposition myself. Where I should be comfortable again, once again, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, you should have been here the day that we got caught. So, anyway, we're coming close to that. We're not there right now. I will repost this stuff to you right now in the Discord. If you're looking for a fallback place or a place to buy the dip, it's right down here where this local support is beefing up right here. Your put wall is just below it. Your doom line is right here. We tracked that all along the way to see if we would return to the scene of the crime, and we did. I told you not to panic. Hopefully you did not. Hopefully you're structured your trade properly too. We'll talk about that trade and the structure of it and why we're structured in that trade that way, why we're not just buying calls or zero dates, buying that dip, why it's a spread. That kind of stuff. We're going to talk about that right now, too, because we're going to look at seasonality. So I'm going to post this for you right now in the Discord. The safety in that trade. God, I was asked, like, leading into the trade, I was asked, were we taking that trade yet? No. Are we taking it now? No. Then when we took the trade, I was early. And I still got fucked. Well, not quite fucked, but I'm actually in the green right now. So hang tight 1 second here. I'm going to post this in the Discord. That over there. You guys see my porn. There's no porn. Hold on 1 second here. Post that for you. There will be porn tonight, though. I'm alone. Just kidding. Okay, so just as we come into this little zone up here, be hemming yourself in. This is where the danger is for you as a bull. Next thing we're going to look at here, if we can, is some stuff. So we're going to go. Can we go right here? No. Hold on 1 second here. Can we go? How do I just bring this up? Do I just bring this over here? Hold on 1 second here. Just bring this right here, maybe. Dude, like, oh, I can't. Okay. Hold on 1 second here. Does that work? There we go. This works. Okay, so gamma. We're going to look at SPX net gamma really quick. And what I want to point out to you, why is this so fucking big? 150%. How about that? Is that better? Okay, everything's fucked up here. I want you to look at this bar right here. This is that 5,300 bar. So if you're looking for a pullback, this would be the natural place for a bounce right there. So if you're looking for a pullback to enter the market, at least in terms of gamma, you're looking for that 5,300. Your next major gamma inflection point would be 5,200. And then below that is 5,000. So 5,000, 5,200, 5,300. We got a huge bucket to fill down here. I think I showed this to you in a market brief last week on Friday and said, which bucket do you want to fill? At this time, gamma is not improving to the upside. It is improving right now, but still not huge. The next thing you want to be looking at here would be, let's look at seasonality really quick. And, or let's look at the money vol. We also knew that vol was falling off on the 12th and through the from the 12th into the 14th, 15th. This right here is the 19th. Volatility is expected to continue to fall off. Today is the 13th, right? I showed you a vol chart last week, I think Thursday or Friday, where I said expect volatility to fall off into the beginning of the week. That volatility is expected to continue to fall off into at least the 19th and then flatten out and slowly go down into the end of the month. There's a little bit of a pickup here in volatility once we get into the 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th. So that implies Nvidia and, of course, the Jackson's Hole has some kind of a flattening of volatility. The next thing I want to show you here would be seasonality. And what happened with seasonality, right? If you recall, as we were coming into this top in here, right? This zone right, or let's look at this zone right here. So we had the wonderful fucking awesome town spring and summer, and we're peaking out right here, and we kind of knew that we would have what's called range expansion, right? The market would top, the market would begin to expand, and we would expect by October, the end of September, October 3rd, a bloodbath right down there. What we got instead was what? You were like, okay, let's wrap up any of our longs. Let's look for a dip into the end of July, beginning of August, to buy a dip to print, have a print at the end of August. And instead, what happened was they said, nope, you know what? Fuck your dip. We're going to go down right here. Do you get the context here now? You didn't get it at the end of the month. You got it in the beginning of the month. And our boy Rubner is like, woo, yeah, woo, did it, right? And my question now is, did we get that bloodbath early, or is it going to be like this into October 1st? So right now we got it early, right? We didn't get it late. We got it early on that range expansion. So the question becomes, into the end of August at least, do we get our end of the August print? We come back down, get that rest of that range expansion, get some volatility into the end of September, or not? Big question marks, right? Which I don't think we do. I think we're not doing any of that shit. I'll tell you what I think we're doing here in just a moment. But we did get it early. The question becomes, are we just a range expansion? Are we going to go higher or not? Is Rubner right? Rubner says that he thinks there's one more leg down here. And that'd be 1, 2, and 3. Do we get that? He's saying we're in the 8th inning, and then we're going to get that one more downside move. I don't know if we do or don't. We're going to watch for it. If we do, we do. Maybe it's just the second bottom above. Whoop, right there. Right? We continue on higher to the upside. This is what I think happens. I think we get the downside move, continuation higher. We actually make all-time highs. Then we get some more blood here into, I believe, September. And then we get some more blood in November for the election volatility. And then we go back up there. I think we hit that all-time high. I think we hit 6,000, though, before any of that happens. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute. And how you would think about this would be massive range expansion. Let's look at that really quick. Yeah, bucket all, or not remove, but can I mute? Oh, There was something broken, or not something broken, but I don't know if I want to call it something broken, but this move down right here did open a doorway lower. So like you get the 1, 2, 3 right in a larger frame. Don't look at this stuff here just yet, but and maybe a peak earlier in the year. Maybe exiting longs before we get to end of year. Maybe some panic by investors. So if you have like 6,000 up here, or 600 or whatever it's going to be, damn it. Should I just get rid of all this crap? I don't know. So you got that 6,000 target end of year. These are players that are bigger players than you are. It might be a gift to you, where they're targeting 6,000 end of year. They're like, let's get it done now. It would be something where we literally like target this 6,000, and you get a lower high in here, and into maybe February over there. I'm not going to draw it right now for you, but I'll put it inside of I'll put it in the market brief. I'll draw it more cleanly out for you. But there is some range expansion possibility in here. This is December, but this would be more like February over here. Your low would be like February, middle of February. I know you guys want this to be faster and bigger. Hold on here. Some kind of election volatility in here. Failure to get above over here. And we actually make that run to all-time highs earlier. But this might not be our last time here, is my point. see it now. Some flattening of the market on the monthly. Let me get into the springtime. We're down lower over here. And it kind of fits on... It kind of fits here on velocity. You see the swing higher on weekly, but more importantly, you see a spike here. Sorry about that. See a spike to the upside here. A little bit of a spike on a quarterly basis, a little bit of a spike on a monthly basis. One more leg higher. We do this oftentimes late bull cycle, where you'll call that as the top, and it's not quite the top. You end up getting a couple more impulses to the upside before we top out, and we likely will see that earlier in the year than later in the year, and now account for the election volatility, maybe something going on in the Middle East or expansion in Russia, China, and all that kind of stuff. Let's just pay attention to it. There could be within this trade, of course, back tests, stuff like that. It's not a clean. It won't be clean. You're not going to melt straight up on the way there, but just keep an idea of something like this action heading up into that 6,000 earlier than expected. Earlier than expected at the end of year. Let me get rid of all this crap, all these fucking crayon drawings and shit. So. Tactically bullish here, and even if we get a pullback here, even if they pull us down over here, just be looking for a place to continue to the upside. All-time highs definitely on board right now. Daily velocity improving, weekly velocity improving to the upside. If you can trigger these buyers to come in, we're going to look at that right now and show you in more depth why we're talking about this. Hey, Captain's just drawing lines in a chart. What if it goes against him? So on the bottom right-hand side, this is that seasonality, right? So they got us early. They got us early, right? Do we get any of this down here? Probably not. It's probably in the inverse is what it is. Probably in the inverse at this point. So we're going to now look at CTA positioning for the S&P 500. And I want you to note here that we're coming into what should be a major bottom and a reversal with trend followers. So if the CTAs can turn around and become buyers here, if price can improve on the S&P 500, you're going to get that premium kick that you're looking for in your calls, right? If you get above if we can fight to get above into the end of the month. So if you look here, this is 823, 820, 817, 814 down here. If you can catch that swing higher in the first week of September, and you see if prices improved into the end of the month, if Jerome is more positive, and you get the new month inflows, cash money inflows into the market, and price has been improving in the beginning of September, you could see a major upside move here. You're talking. I want to explain to you about that second thrust right now. I want to tell you where this was right here. So this was back in May 9th of 2024. Right here was the 426 first week of May, and we ramped. We had a similar ramp like this in October and December of last year. So if we get that turnaround, and I got one more for you. If we got the bond inflows going on right now, those are about to peak out as well on the upside. So you get bond inflows slowing down, money flying over to CTAs. So you got like a shift from bonds into cash market. You got CTA flows into bonds leveling out, maybe even rolling down a little bit. They're no longer long, or maybe they're long in bonds, but they're looking for payouts, not so much more inflows. They could be teased away into cash market, SPX, and NDX. Do you get what I'm saying? You guys get what I'm saying here? Expected flows. CTA expected flows here, right? We got 5 days up, 10 days up, 5 days down, 10 days down. And then the next one would be, hold on here. Cross asset Z scores. I showed you these last week too. If you can't see this on the screen right now, but if you look closely down here, the current is minus 2.89. 10-day change was minus 2.54. 5-day change was 0.93. So if you see these inflows come into the SPX, you can't see it here. So I apologize, but they're very low. They're way down here. If you see these inflows come into SPX and NDX, you could see a fucking monster move. You don't want to see these bars over here. You don't want to see these bars up here. And right now they're in the gutter. So everything's kind of lining up to a turn in the market to the upside, for lack of a better word. And price is pretty good right now, right? For a turn to the upside. For like if we're expecting hold on here. Yeah, we got COT possess. I am not going to do the asset managers with you right now, but hold on here. Trigger screen. So price isn't so bad here, is it? So let's look at price. We're now trading 540.27, and you're like, oh, cap 600. You're out of your fucking skull. We still have a lot of sideline money of trend followers. We got hedge funds in right now. But you start getting the corpos, you start getting the institutional investors, retirement funds, the fucking retailers, and you trigger that buying if price improves. 6,000 is fucking nothing. It's like right there. It's just like low-hanging fruit. It's kind of like a pair of cherries. You know what I mean? Just waiting to be suckled off, isn't it? It's like Rocky Mountain oysters up there just waiting to get tagged, right? So, any opportunity you get, as long as price is improving, price target to the upside for S&P 500, 600, and likely earlier than you think. Likely earlier than you think. So Rubner says we got another down coming. Now, I don't know if he is. I'm going to read you Rubner shit in just a minute. Now, Rubner's saying you're going to get that tag down there, right? And possibly that one down there, but he's being kind of vague. He's being kind of vague. You know, is it after we hit 6,000 we get down there, Rubner? Because it seems like he's vague enough where he's like, well, you know, we could, you know, if we tag down there and then go up there, he can still be right down the road. But if he doesn't get below here, he can go fuck himself right now because we're going to go hit, not just all-time highs, but 6,000. So be careful what Rubner says and be careful what you're reading into Rubner. So Rubner seems to be implying that, yeah, we're going to go blood this down here, 1, 2, 3. And his 1, 2, 3 is likely on a larger time frame. It's not that it likely is not as compressed in time as he's portraying. I'm assuming that his point is, well, I'll tell them we're not done going down, and if I don't get it in the next 2 weeks, I'll be right down the road. I'll eventually be right. The clock is right. once a day, right? So we know this market goes up and to the right. If we can hold this, Rubner is likely not going to be right for a period of time until we get to 6,000. Hopefully, Rubner's not right. I think he's wrong. I'll be honest. I think he's right, but I don't think he's right today. I don't think he's right this month either. I don't think he's right. I think he is right. I just don't think it's today. And I think that's the impression right now is that he's going to be right this week. And even if he is right this week, we don't fucking care. If we go down there, let's buy the dip again, and we'll go back up there and try for 6,000. Let's be honest. Buy the goddamn dip until you go to a bear market. And I'm going to read that Rubner shit to you here in just a minute. Just a few minutes, give me a minute, and we'll go over it. How he explains it and how people are interpreting it is like the interpretation of Rubner is different than Rubner. Rubner's kind of leaving the door open to down the road, and people are like, fuck no, it's happening today. So you got to be careful on what these guys say and what people are interpreting it as. I don't know if that makes any sense to you out there, but it should. All right, let's go back to the trigger screen, or not trigger, main screen. So that's a quick synopsis as to what to be looking for down the road. Let's take a peek right here, see what's going on. We're still climbing higher right now. Mission accomplished. We tagged 540.50 like nobody's business. Next target to the upside is going to be 542.96. Yeah, that's right. Situation improving. 540.84 right now. Next target above is 542.96. For a low target, high target would be 545.22 ish. Yeah, 545.22 on the upside. I haven't even looked at Nvidia yet. I want to see where it is right now. Hold on. Let's also look at SPOOs and see percentage-wise where it's at in the day. No, not SP. SPY. ES does that shit too. ES up 1.46% right now. If we do tag, well, what's a 2.1% move in the day? Let's measure that really quick. 2.1% move on the day. Monday, Tuesday. Hold on here. We're up 1.45%. So 1.5 is right there. And if we get a good report, which we did today, the implied move today is 2.1, I think. Right about there is the implied move in the day for today. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for us to trade this upside target today. And we got I think it's 1.2% move tomorrow. I think today's 2.1, tomorrow's 1.2 or something like that. So even if we trade this up here, pull back, there's another chance of going up there and giving the bears a double top or something. Yeah, that yellow box is definitely on board. I want to look at Nvidia right now. Hold on, I'm going to get all hot and bothered here. Hold on. Fuck yeah. Oh God, yes. Dude, this Nvidia is insano. Pure fucking insanity. Like I bought it right over here. It like cranked 20% in one day. Like 2 days, and I'm like, do I sell it and get back in? Then I'm like, nah, fucking it. I want to own it for the end trade of this fucking thing. I want to own it to the top. NVDA breaking above its daily trigger. The hourly trigger is crossing. Look for a back test. Look for a failure above. Right about at right about 120. And more pump after. It's trading 114.83 right now. Boom, right there. We'll just draw that fucker in. God, I want 30% so fucking bad. That beats the S&P 500 on the year. It's so fucking dope. Getting all bulled up here. Smell me like I smell kind of stinky. I smell like a fucking bull in FOMO. So happy. And I own SPY. Like I own a bunch of SPY. Fuck ton of SPY. So happy right now. I own a ton of SPY. I own a little bit of Nvidia. Kind of a happy man. Yeah, we can take a look at Serve. You want to take a look at Serve? We can take a peek at Serve. Serve has been making monster moves. I got RGF up because I've been watching RGF. It's waiting for a turn higher. GME's been constructive. Good to see GME being constructive. Serve Robotics. Let's take a look at Serve. So Serve, right? Ram, let's take a peek at it. Serve Robotics. Let's take a peek. 30-minute basis. They've got their at the top on their daily velocity. Look like they hit the top on July 30th, right? They're at a bottom on their hourly velocity right now. Let's take a look at their velo on a daily basis. Looks like there's more down to go. Let's take a quick closer peek to it. I'm bearish on their earnings. But I'm interested in buying their earnings. Coming into their daily trigger right now. Let's take a peek. It's trading 1064 right now. I am bearish on their earnings, not bullish. Their hourly velocity looks great. Let me change that to green. Let me take a quick peek here. A nice little dip buy in here. Nice little squeeze there. Couldn't get over, right? Sellers. Let's look at Serve really quick. Okay, we got Serve, right? Robotics. They hit a high above here. They came back down and buyers stepped back in again, right? We know that there's known buyers here. They got pushed higher and they got sold into. So I don't believe these buyers here. I don't believe them. We're going to go back down and recheck these buyers over here and maybe even these buyers here. So what I would expect on Serve Pro, even if they have a good ER, I don't care. I would expect maybe 1261, and I would really like to see it trade $7.14 and maybe another trade above here. So Serve Pro, the only other thing I would say about Serve Pro would be this. If you're bullish on Serve Pro, right, they do make a lot of money. They've got great ERs and stuff. But this is a great company. This is why I don't believe in. That's why I don't believe in fundamentals unless they are committing fraud. Although it's great to have great fundamentals, they'll probably do a beat. Let's see what their earnings expectations are today. Give me a quick second here. No. I hate AI. I don't fucking want AI search on Google. I fucking hate AI. I literally fucking hate AI. I despise it. It's garbage. Okay, so Serve has an expected move of 18.3%. Woo! Hot sauce. And that puts us right here, doesn't it? I think they beat. I'll say that. I can't guarantee this then. How about this? Now I'm going to tell you that they look like shit on their velocity. They do look like shit. So I do think you still trade this $7-8. I'd like to see the test maybe. No, just on Serve, I do think they beat their ER. If you check their fundamentals, they're fucking phenomenal. They make real shit. They have real cash flow coming in. I think you get the high tick up here. So on their ER today, they're trading right now 1062. They have a dip buy right now on their daily trigger, which looks great. There's some support here. I think you do trade $12.67. You get that. You get it's an implied move of 18.3% today. But I do think it's just an opportunity to take the money and run for a lower dip to buy. And this might trigger the next run down here. Maybe not that low. How about right there? How about a dip buy of $8? Then we'll start talking about higher highs on Serve Robotics. Now, I'll say this. If you get the good report and we go higher, if you get the good report and we successfully backtest, catch a new high on the hourly trigger, we'll revisit Serve for some new highs to the upside. So right for today, I'm pretty bullish in their close, but I would really like to see I'd really like to see it just cheaper. I don't want to see it go to $3 or whatever. This company is actually really good. If you bring them up if you go look up company fundamentals, stock market fundamentals, you can easily check them out on like I don't know, like Motley fucking Idiots or whatever the other one is. There's a couple of them. There's like what's the other one called? I don't know what the other one's called. There's a couple of those companies out there. They'll tell you what their reports are, their cash flow, their earnings, what their growth has been, their expected growth, all that kind of stuff. So pretty bullish on Serve here, or at least in the midterm. The one thing about these companies I'm going to warn you of is they don't care about the fundamentals. They love a cheaper price, always cheaper price. Find out when they got in and where they're going to run it back up again. So that's Serve for you. What time is it right now? It's 1 o'clock right now. We'll start another half an hour to 1:30. Then we got 2:30, 3:30, of course. Back testing the R3 right now. We are, just a heads up, this is R3. Just a note to you. This is R3. This is RTXL. If any of you guys know what that is. I'm getting beeped here. Hang tight. I got to check this call. My wife. Who is this? Hang tight 1 second here. Oh, yeah. So people are checking in on her. Sorry about that. LPSN. Let me look at it in the background. If it's a low float, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. I want to talk about it. I can't. Can't talk about it, brother. I don't want to get in any trouble. I don't think I can. Hold on. Let me check. If it was a little bit higher, I could talk about it. I can't talk about it. I apologize. I'll try to refund that money to you, brother. I can't talk about the ticker. I got to make a note to you guys out there. If the market cap of your favorite ticker is below, I don't even talk about my stuff that's under there, dude. I try not to because I don't want to impact the price. I will try to refund your money today. I have to be careful what I talk about on the show. If you ever get above $150 million market cap, I'll be more than willing to talk about it. But you can look at it on the triggers or have someone in the chat ask them to do a snapshot for you. Maybe they would help you out. I can't. I appreciate that, brother. No, I'm going to refund it. I got you, brother. Don't worry about it. We talked about it briefly, right? I guess I don't want to impact or make an impact on that. I really apologize fully. The moment you're almost there, if you get over it, just let me know and we're on it. The moment you're about 101, you're 1.11 million, I believe, in market cap. All right, so sorry, brother. Because I want to badly. I just don't want to get in trouble. I don't want my Discord to start pumping shit in. Like, it's not you either. I get it. Okay, so the gist here is what? A turn higher, right? We know on an intraday basis that this should be, we're in the top range right now, right? R3 and intraday. High target we have above. We also know that SPX is coming into its gamma flip right now. We know that too, right? Gamma flip is sitting at 54, 35-ish. 54, 35. Oh, if I'm saying Serve Pro, I apologize. I'm sorry for saying Serve Pro. Serve Robotics is the company, not Serve Pro. That is a company. Sometimes I'll be blabbing and you'll hear me say things and you're like, what the fuck did he just say? I'm just like blabbing. I'm like blabbing. It's not a recorded video. If I had a recorded video, I would go in and edit out things and like change words and stuff, but I'm just like firing off as quickly as I possibly can to get this out to you. So I apologize if I go like, oh, Serve Pro or whatever, fucking Serve jerk off or something. Serve Robotics, SERV. They've been a heavy printer. So we've been trading Serve every fucking squeeze they have, they move. They move like crazy. If you can catch them on a dip, they're amazing. Their fundamentals are fucking phenomenal. And they're the only thing I would say to you about Serve Robotics though is, what did I say to you guys last week? Or I've been stressing this now since July, which is what? Please, as we get into late bull cycle, no matter how bulled up you are and the FOMO that you're experiencing right now, please just get into quality shit. Like, collapse from these spec growth shit, get into like your best tickers, get into indexes. It'll serve you well, I promise. That's if you think we're in late bull cycle. If you don't think we're in late bull cycle, if you think like the bull cycle, I read some shit last night where they were like, we're going to go up into 25, 26 at least. It's possible. It's possible. But I wouldn't be betting on it. Not for real. You can do like intraday shit, like trade the market in front of you, but I wouldn't be buying the market. I wouldn't be like long-term investing in spec growth as we get late bull cycle. I would be investing in indexes and in quality. I warn you now. I'm going to warn you from right now. I've warned you guys before. I'm going to warn you again. Every single time we get late bull cycle, every single time, there will be tickers left behind. They'll be left behind, and like you go into like January, and CNBC is going to tell you there's more legs in these companies. These companies that have no business going up, or they need another 5 years, 10 years to really prove that they can become something. They're going to get left behind. They might even go back and hit all-time highs in your favorite ticker once. They might just fail that all-time high. But I'm warning you, down the road, like 3 years from now, if you're it's like it's how do I explain this easily? You want your life to be easy. So, you know what really says this well is Winky. Winky's like this is how savvy Winky is. Winky's like, when we're in a bull market, everything's going up. When we're in an early bull market, they pump all the spec growth, right? Everybody's a winner. Woo! Winning here, winning there. Woo! Yeah, I'm a winner. I'm a great trader. I'm a great investor. I'm pro. Matter of fact, there's a famous-ish Justin. Is that his name? Justin? He's the guy, you know, like the FinTwit conference? Let me see his name. I forget his name right now, but there's like the FinTwit conference that goes on. He's one of those guys that puts it on. A really nice guy. Great trader, great investor. I think it is his exact name right now, but I had a long conversation with him late night. We talked for a long time. Matter of fact, I think some of you have access to my Twitter. You can actually read the conversation. I'm never going to make it public. Would never make that conversation public, but him and I were talking about the last bull cycle and how much money we made, how much money we lost. I think this was right at the end of the bear market. And as we were making the turn, I said some shit that I shouldn't have said, and I had to apologize to him in public. And he was really very gracious to me. We started chatting about, are we confirmed out of a bear market? And are we pumping early stage spec growth too early? Is it too risky at this moment? So if you're like entering an early bull market, maybe you start with the indexes and quality, then you jump into the spec growth if you had like maybe like 4 stages. In that first stage turn, you can dip your toes in it, but it can be really dangerous in case you make that next leg down in a bear market. And it wasn't really him that I was mad at. It was a bunch of other fucking furus. I wasn't mad at him. And I didn't realize I had said something that included him, and I shouldn't have said it. And I apologized to him in public. And they talked to me, and I talked to him for a long period of time, some deep conversation about bull markets and bull runs and, how we collapse down into more quality towards the end of a bull market. So, I'm going to shoot this right back to Winky because Winky makes a great point. He's like, when we're in a bull market, everything goes up. Shit stock, everything goes, like everything's going higher. Like literally, everything's going. All spec growth is going higher. SPOOs is cranking. Qs are outperform. There's people out there right now saying that's like I don't know what. The best performers this year is not tech. That's because we took the money and ran because it outperformed. It was the best performer by a triple fucking margin. It was an outperformer. So you take that trade, you call your winners, which we knew tech was rolling over 6 or 8 weeks ago, right? We saw it weeks ago. And you buy back into tech, but what are you buying in tech? And this is back to what Winky was saying. So Winky says when you're in a bull market, come in a bull market, you either buy the S&P or the Qs or NASDAQ. You let it run. It's easy. If you want to outperform that part of your portfolio in a bull market, you have to look for a basket of stocks that is underperforming for no good reason, right? So if you've got Mag 7 and one is dogging, right? Like I don't know, some stupid news came out and fucking your favorite ticker went down 18%. Okay, well, we want to buy that because we can then outperform the S&P and Qs, right? So there's that system that's in place. And it's easy then to outperform the S&P and Qs. If you can identify those tickers in a bull market, early, mid stage, maybe the 60% mark. Now, as you come into the end of a bull market or bull cycle, it becomes more difficult sometimes to identify those tickers. You start to see some tickers coming back, some tickers not coming back, right? And as we get later and later into that bull market, you're having to decide what is going to come back and what is not. And that becomes even more dangerous and it's more complicated. And we're not about complicated, are we? We're about like easy. What's the easy button? It should always be easy for you to make decisions. You shouldn't have to be like rocket sciencing stuff. And the reason for that is because if your tickers don't come back into the end of the year or into 25 or 26, you can start drinking some Kool-Aid that will eventually collapse down and you get royally fucked. And is it Jonathan? I think it was Jonathan is his name, not Justin. Jonathan. So Jonathan and I were talking, and I'm like, I get caught in some holds through the bear market, and he's like, I got caught in a ton of stuff, and you think you're the greatest trader in the world, and then it like creeps on you. You don't see it at first. You're like world's greatest trader, world's greatest trader, world's greatest trader, right? World's greatest investor. And then like your wins go from like, let's say you're 10 out of 10. Then you're like 9 out of 10. Then you're 8 out of 10. Then you're 7 out of 10. Then you're 6 out of 10. Then you're 5 out of 10. Then you're like, I got to start watching out here. Wait a minute, I had all this money. Now I'm kind of doing okay. Then as the bull market comes to an end, you start giving back a lot of those wins that you made. And it's like a creep. You're still investing in these companies that you love, that you've thought about, that you've talked to people about, that you care about, that you tell everybody, I love this ticker. It's going to be the next Nvidia, whatever it is, whatever we're talking about, whatever the big talk is about. Watch out here. We got a little bit of sideways action, some slippage. Likely go back and retest the 5-minute trigger. Just be conscious of, we also have something else going on down below. I think, nope, we don't. I mean, we had a cross coming, but we already had the cross. So just like, we're coming into an inflection point right now, right? We knew that tech was rolling over. We knew we were coming into seasonality, right? We don't have big exposure in SPX. Now we're returning to the scene of the crime. And on this like bigger time frame and stuff, start to think about what you're choosing to long into late bull cycle, whether it's end of year or if it's 25 or 26. Even if you're just trading indexes, you're probably safer abandoning some of that stuff. And you're going to get tempted to stay in them. And it doesn't mean you can't keep making money as it go down either. There's that too. There's another argument here where people are like, well, if that ticker was at 500 or if that ticker was at $400 and it gets blasted down $100, there's still good money to be made as it retraces 50 of those dollars. I can get down with that. But you're talking about being very tactful and not married to these tickers. And you might not be. You personally out there might not be and think you're a badass, but the other 9 people that you're talking to likely are not. They're more than likely like, yeah, dude, we're going back to all-time highs. We're going to double and triple it between now and 26. Like, they really are believers. And that's who I'm speaking to. And that's like 70% of participants, retailers. It's a really high number. So you know how you have that like thing where you think you're the smartest guy in the room and you're not, right? You might be, and I might be a part of that 70%. And I don't want to be a part of that 70%. Even if I don't think I'm a part of that 70%, if I wind up being a part of that 70%, I'll be pissed off. So limit your risk as we come into late bull cycle. Say it again, especially at this inflection point. It's a good time to be talking about it. What do I think about Bitcoin? Hold on, I'm missing shit here. What do I think about Bitcoin? I've been holding some for 4 years with a $20,000 average. I'm ready to move that into something else, like a cash-generating business. Good question. Bitcoin is... Okay, Bitcoin. Of course, Bitcoin is going to matter if Trump wins the election. I also don't like the U.S. investing in any form into Bitcoin. Not even dabbling in it. I don't like the U.S. dabbling in it. I'm going to explain why briefly here. We had a long conversation about 3 or 4 years ago where we have the Wild West portion of Bitcoin, right? We're coming into the late stage of that Wild West. I haven't even mentioned that phrase in years now. I look at Bitcoin like I look at precious metals, commodities, and countries. If you went to college, university, if you spent any time learning anything about history, especially world history, there are a few things that you never fuck with, ever. And whenever you see that fucked with, that's when we get world wars and true wars. We get real wars over this stuff, historically. It's always commodities. It's always money. If you fuck with somebody's money, a country, any country, as an outside force, or do not control your own money, or commodities, like I don't care if it's oil, wheat, copper, you name it. Bad shit happens. And countries don't care. Japan knew Japan didn't have a choice to do. Kitty, I'm here. The cat is licking me all over right now. It's disgusting. I'm getting like an ankle job right now. Bitcoin, to me, reminds me of the most recent example would be silver, right? The Hunt brothers down in Texas. And the control of it. So from my perspective, if there's going to be a coin that the U.S. backs, it should be some form of a governmental coin. I know that sounds terrible. You guys don't like it, blah, blah, blah. But the U.S. getting involved in Bitcoin, there's no reason to get involved. Now, Trump, I think, says he will get involved, and I think the U.S. is already implying they're going to get involved in Bitcoin. So for me, I don't know that it's ascribed to Bitcoin being the trade for me. Hold on a second here. Now, if Trump becomes president, that will, of course, impact Bitcoin. What do I have to say about Bitcoin? Do I think Bitcoin, if we go into a recession, will Bitcoin moon? That's tough. That's really hard to say. Hang tight one second here. And would I sell Bitcoin to take out my money? Let's take a look at it really quick. You want to look at it really quick? Let's look at it. Like, I don't think the U.S. can ever overtake Bitcoin. BTC, Bitcoin futures. It's looking for a breakout. You know that, right? Let's go look at it right now. This gentleman's asking if he should invest in a business. I can't give you financial advice. You remember back up here, we said get out before. Remember the Bitcoin bros were saying that we were going to go to 80,000? I told you no, the top was 74,000, right? Not that we won't go higher, just that remember the bros that were over here telling you it was going to 80, they sold into you, right? Remember those like big meme video? They lied too, didn't they? I think they said 80. We said 74. We tagged 74, 470. Can it go higher is the question. Let's look at it right now. It's like straight up on a quarterly basis. Look at it. It's got more room to run on a monthly basis. You can see this peak back here. We haven't hit this lower peak here. We have more down to go on a weekly basis at least. They're still degrossing slightly on the back end, but we should be turning up soon on a weekly basis. And we're not done on a monthly basis. So this implies higher highs to go. Let's just take a quick snap and see where we were. Right where we fell off. Right about there. And we're going to look on a 30-minute basis. We're on a bullish trajectory right now on a daily basis. We are slightly on a bullish trajectory today on an hourly basis, and the daily looks great. See if we can look back and see where that last peak was right in here. Now, this was at 64,000 as well, just slightly lower here, right? So let's take a peek here on side here. Let's bring that back over. Question being, are we done here, right? No, we're not done, but I would expect new lows on a weekly basis here. At least down to the monthly. And some new highs, too. So that on a daily basis and on a weekly basis, yeah, right down there. Turn that up. Make that bigger. On a daily basis, I'm pretty bullish here. So for you to see, here, 1, 2, 3, 1. Come on now. I'd like to see that 80,000 at least. My real concern here, though, is that weekly downtrend is not done. How low does it go? Does it go down here? Does it trade the 40s before heading higher? Is a concern. But for right now, am I bullish on Bitcoin? Maybe to 80,000, or at least in the short term. Well, I can't get this thing in here. The big question becomes down the road in February and March. If the big concern is when do they drop the market? So, so I'm looking at SPY, right? When I look at our market, the big question becomes: are we able to get into springtime? I'm probably drawing this wrong, anyways. Let's go look at February and March. Mid-Feb. Dude, what's going on here? That probably needs stretched out too. You guys are looking for this like this week. The big question becomes for me, like when we get into like December, February, and all this kind of stuff. Do we extend up in 100,000 at the end of the year and end of December? Do they roll us down into February? And do we hold or not? Is the bull run over? Or is it over in 2026? So whatever this top is, like 80 grand, 100 grand into end of year, there are questions into from December to February and March. Does the market stay driving higher? Right? Or does the market begin to turn and roll over? We don't know that yet. This is a bad drawing. This looks like shit, but as we crank higher into the end of year, when we get into February, March, like December, January, February, do we begin to lose the market underneath the monthly trigger? That's the danger. That danger presents itself from January 1st of 25 into about mid 2026. I can't tell you how long you can. I don't have a crystal ball for that. I do if we break above the S&P 500 for our forward PE ratios. If we enter a bubble, we can probably predict it. But there's a trap here. It starts on December 31st, basically. Basically, December 31st. There's a trap to the downside. The only other thing I could tell you would be, as long as we're above the monthly trigger on Bitcoin, we're bullish. So, upside price target 80,000, possibly 100,000. There are going to be some inflection points that I would get scared of, or not scared, but the election, most certainly. End of year, December 31st, most certainly. And then whatever weakness we have in February, March, if we begin to lose the monthly trigger around there, I would be not wary, but you definitely don't want to get trapped in there on Bitcoin. That's a personal thing for people. If I were to get out of Bitcoin, personally, if you want to know what I would do, I'd probably call it a day at 80,000. I would probably be long duration bonds, a lot of cash on hand. I would be hoping for our commercial, and I'd be looking for some kind of a recession to begin by mid 26. I'd have making money, of course. We have inflation going down right now until at least next summer. Make 5.5%, 5.6%. Try to outrun inflation, and then I'd be cash on hand, hard cash, and I'd be looking for buying commercial real estate in like 26, 27, 28, somewhere in there. You want to start a business, own a building, and let somebody else have the business. That's the truth. I'd own like a strip mall or something, And why run the business? Like, I don't understand that. If you can get a commercial real estate, if you can get say you get like a 3 or 5 unit building that maybe you get it on discount for $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. You own the building. You can do a single, double, or triple net lease. You're not even paying for the upkeep of the fucking building. Tying these people into 5, 10, 20-year contracts. If their business implodes, they still owe you that money. Still owe you that money. You can even decide what you want in that strip mall. And if your favorite business is, I don't know, solar panels, you can look for solar panel companies to rent the space. And you get to show up on once a month, collect a check, get to sweep parking lot for them because you're happy that you're involved in some fashion. If you had cash on hand to buy that business, or not the business, but the building, and that mortgage, whoever owns that mortgage is underwater and it's imploding and there's an implosion going on, and they don't want to give you a commercial revolving credit loan for a building, and you get hard cash, you're like, boom, I'm here. Maybe you're not pimped out on Bitcoin at that point, but you're, quietly in the background, kicking ass and taking names. Nobody else cares about that but you, right? You're like the guy that's like fucking baller. And then you're getting a check every month. Then you go right back into Bitcoin. Bitcoin's in a shit low. You're back in it again. I want my 72 goddamn dollars on Disney. I've been watching it. I want my 72 fucking dollars on Disney. So, I mean, like on Bitcoin, I'd be long to 80. But I should show Bitcoin. That monthly trigger, though, is your get the fuck out signal. If we trade below the monthly trigger on Bitcoin, we begin to reject it, you're done. The market is over for Bitcoin. I should say that, too. We're coming into this place. I want you to know that. We're not there yet. If you're a bull, right, what I just said about Bitcoin is relevant for your next 10 years, 20 years. Like, you should be preparing for this. I'm not a bear, but you should be getting ready. You should be, like, changing macro strategies as we head into 25 and 26. Like, be thinking about what you're going to be doing in 5, 10 years. Because you're positing one of two things. You're positing one of two things. You're either saying to yourself, we're going to create a lost generation. We're going to leave this generation behind. And we're going to uber fuck them. Or you're old enough to know that every time we've said that, we do have blow off tops. But we got a crash coming. A big one, a doozy. We got a doozy. We actually have a doozy coming. And it's to allow a younger generation a buy-in. And they don't have it right now. So you're either saying they get left behind, and we're just going to create like Japan or something. I don't think we do that. I think that they're going to let them in. Our system says that too, that we should let them in. Theoretically, they should have a chance to get in. So we're either going to top out and try to let them in, or we're going to enter a bubble, and then we'll crash in a big, significant 10-year cycle kind of a way. Or you think we just leave them behind. I guess that would be the other option, right? You just say, fuck all these kids that are 10 years old to 30 years old. Fuck you, you're going to rent everything. You don't get to buy shit, and we're gonna burn it all down. I would try to maximize your profit right now, like max profit, but then have cash. And don't be the last person holding the chair or the bag or anything. If we have that down cycle, if we get that down cycle, you got to remember some shit that's going on out there too. Like, I would reference you to go to some places you can go look, like You can see if you go to like the Army subreddit on Reddit. These guys are all talking about being reassigned to training environments. If you any guys are stationed or live near a training environment, we're expanding training in the United States. If you go to Der Spiegel, there's plans, military plans were dropped saying that we're going to send 800,000 troops to Europe. They're rebuilding railroads right now to Europe. You already know what's going on with Taiwan and China. The U.S. is moving into a divisional leadership, no more coin. It's all pointing towards like 26, 27, some kind of a Cold War spinning up at minimum. Dangerous Cold War. This isn't like, I don't know what you call that shit, like a conspiracy theory stuff. It's all legit. It's all public. You can look it up. It's easy. It's none of it's private or secret squirrel or anything like that. So we're gearing up towards it. It's like a natural part of a capitalist system. So we're going to gear up towards that that role, like we did in 2000, 2008, something like that. We might not get the fraud roll down, but maybe more like 2000. You want to be ready for it. You want to have cash, hard cash, like liquid cash. You want to be able to buy other people's pain and misery. It's horrible to say that, but it's true. And when you buy other people's pain and misery, people are going to tell you not to do it. You're probably going to lose everything you own. That's not true. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You buy that pain and misery, you're going to get rich. They said that about Detroit. When I moved here to Detroit, I caught the ass end of the destruction here. Literally. I literally came here with the worst, like not the worst, but as the turn was happening, from the worst. Every single person I knew, every single family member, it didn't matter. Everybody I knew said, you're out of your fucking mind. I was right. When they were wrong. I was buying homes for like $3,500, $5,000, $15,000. The shittiest of them are worth 35. They were not even touched 35, 50K right now. Talking about like multiple over multiple over multiple of profit. So if you can identify that in the stock market, housing market, everything should be on fire at some point. When it is, you just swoop in, catch that bottom, buy a bunch of commercial real estate. They'll all be entering the next bubble at the top, and you'll be entering it at the bottom. And you'll make good things for your life. You really will. It's life-changing stuff. It legitimately is like life-changing. It changes your life forever. Like there are certain things that I don't think I'll ever deal with to the day I die for where I am in life right now. On Saturday, one of my best friends here in Detroit, his daughter had a birthday party, and this is as I got the news about. It was on Sunday morning. So I got the news, right. So on Sunday, I found out we had a family member that was sick, and we were on our way to a birthday party, and we're supposed to go to this birthday party. It was a big celebration, and had to send my wife and children had to exit to go take care of a family member, and I stayed behind to give the presents and take care of dogs and cats and all this other like wrap up bunch of shit. And, I was talking to a guy that one of my best friend's friend. This guy is a project manager for a big construction firm. He's a PM for a construction company. He went to a great college. He should be living in $1 million home right now. and he lives where I live, same neighborhood. And I've never met him before. And I tried to buy 2 houses over where he lives. He lives in this beautiful little hill, and he's a really good person. He's got a great wife, great kids, doesn't do any of the bad things. Went to college, works for a great engineering firm that builds all over Michigan, specifically in the city of Detroit, big construction projects, high rises and stuff. And we were chatting, and he gets the itch too to move. And he bought so he bought this house in this neighborhood, and I wanted 2 houses over there. They burned them to the ground when I had bids on them. At that time, I first moved to Detroit. They were burned to the ground. Somebody burned them to the ground. I was so angry because these homes were on hills. There aren't many hills in Detroit. And the homes were on hills. They were these old Sears and Roebuck craftsman homes. They looked like California craftsmen's. They were fucking gorgeous. There was one house left. I didn't buy that one. He ended up buying it. And I was too afraid because there was lots everywhere unoccupied. And it looked like it was going to get swallowed up, and it wasn't on a street that would be saved. Now, this is right on the outskirts of a saved neighborhood. He ended up buying that house. He moved his wife and kids there, and they started to make a homestead. He started buying all the lots surrounding himself. He now owns like 10 lots or something insane. He owns like a couple acres of land. More than a couple acres. He probably owns 3 or 4 acres with a homestead on it or a house. And this guy could live anywhere. This guy makes enough money. He's top 2%. And he lives in this place where you would not expect. But we had this conversation. So my wife and kids are getting out of here, trying to take care of a family member, and we're just chatting it up and getting to know each other. And he's like, "Why are you here?" It's like, "You shouldn't be here either." And I'm like, the same thing, or we discussed the same thing, which is live within your means, try to escape capitalism or the short and long-term debt cycles that are intended to wash you out. And you can travel, you can fly, you don't want to get washed out. If you ever get hurt, you ever fall off a ladder, you ever fell down a flight of stairs, you ever get into a car accident, you ever catch a disease, you ever have a disease. You like, oh, my family has this disease in our blood. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, doom. Oh, the bad boys are up top, huh? They're angry. Look at these guys down here. Yeah, you buy the bottom of Detroit. Look at the doom right now. Look at the old men up there, huh? Is that Rubner up here trying to sell us down? Who was that? Oh yeah, 0.3%, right? That's normal. It's a nice trade to the upside, by the way. It's a nice 1 minute trade. Let's see if we can take that trade. Hold on. No, don't leave me behind here. You're not dropping 30 or 0.3% without a halfback trade. I'll probably get left behind here. I'm going to try to get into this trade real quick. Casting stones up there. Look at them. They're all like, roar. Just a note here, you've got the half an hour or the hourly trigger and half an hour trigger coming up from the depths below. They're going to come up and try to help you out here in just a minute. Maybe not just a minute, next half an hour or so. So I was talking to this guy on Saturday, and we both have the same conclusion. The same conclusion is that you don't want, or you want to live within your means, and you might think maybe you don't want to live. I didn't live within my means most of my life. I robbed Peter to pay Paul and lived the lifestyle and all that kind of stuff. But for that guy and myself, we don't want to get washed out, right? And you'd be surprised how many people think they're not going to get washed out, or how they're going to have generational wealth, or how they're going to have this and have that. And their story ends when they get washed out. You don't hear about those people in the news. You don't hear about them on social media. You don't hear about them when they get too old. They just kind of disappear. You hear stories about them sometimes. Hey, that famous actor is now working as a restaurant server or in the car wash. I got a picture with this guy that used to be famous, right? He ain't doing shit now. Maybe you see that story, but for the general masses, they usually get washed out. Even when they have a lot of money, they get washed out. They collapse down. They move to the villages in Florida. They sell all their properties. They tell their kids to go fuck themselves. Or the kids think, well, he's got so much money. Why aren't they spreading it? And instead, they're paying for late in life care, right? They're paying for retirement villages, retirement homes, $3,500 a month, $5,000 a month for this and that, for someone to come clean the windows and mow the lawn. And they spend the rest of their money in their later life. And you get nothing. And that money gets recycled back in the system. And if you think about it, or at least for me at least, I'm looking for my kids or my grandkids or my great-grandkids to squander it. I want my kids to be able to go to college without debt. I want my kids to, if they make a mistake, if they let's say my oldest gets pregnant, 18 years old, can't go to college, fucked up, needs to get a job or raise kids or something. I want to be there for her. I'm not that parent. I'm the parent that's like, I want to be able to take care of her if I need to. I want her to be able to buy a house, have some money, right? You're getting priced out of buying a house. You need 30% down on $1 million home. You need $300,000. You're $150,000, $200,000 in debt for college, and they're now asking you for $300,000 to buy your first home. I don't know how you do that other than live within your means as a parent. So you got R3, they're trying to sell you down. Got a 30% quick drop. A little bit of a half-back trade here. We might still roll down. This is a great little quick 15-minute trade or 5-minute trade. To the upside, look for another reversal to the downside. Try to roll you back down here and get down to the daily trigger. Tag it and come back down to the hourly trigger to make another move higher. Doom. These fucking bears. Thanks, Matt. Let's take a look at the hourly velo, or half hour or hourly velo on a 30-minute basis. A little toppy here in the half and the 15-minute. Still looking good everywhere else. Even hourly still looks great. If they do send you lower, which they're not, there's a moment for you to escape above here. Your next dip buy is as the hourly trigger crosses the daily trigger. It's right here. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Pull back over here. Target the RTX sell. That was it. That was the top cap. Orderly exit time, right? You see it? They're giving you a chance right here to get out. Right in there. Come back up for the chance to get out. Even if we go higher, you're being given the opportunity to get out, reposition yourself for a long. Took all your stops down here. Yeah, that's right, Jason. You look after your family. And even if you don't, like, the reason I want to look after my kids is because I don't want to be alone when I die. And I want my wife to be alone when she dies. I really want I don't want to die alone. I don't want my wife dying alone. It's more a thought process about my wife. I want my wife to outlive me. I got some thesis here. Like this all stems from more than. So my wife cared and loved for me for almost 30 fucking years, right? Oh yeah, squeeze them out. My wife cared and loved for me for a long, long time. This is kind of stupid here, but hold on one second here. All right, so where were we at? So I've got a wife. I've got 2 daughters, right? The wife loved on me. Like, I'm a man. I don't deserve any love from people. Still a man, right? So my wife took care of me all these years. And my thought is, you don't, I hope that she lives longer than I live, of course. I hope that she's alive for my children as long as she possibly can. That's like my thesis here, right? Now, what if I die? Statistically, I'm going to die before my wife, right? So I'm going to think about that statistically my wife's going to live longer than I will. Second thing that I'm going to think about would be, what if my wife died first? Like, let's just say I live longer than my wife. Or my wife lives longer than I do. Regardless, what I don't want to happen is my wife to be alone, and I don't want myself to be alone. I don't want to die alone. And I don't want her to die alone, so I got to think about the kids. So I think if I can invest in my children, not just money, but like love, be there for them, make a long-term relationship with them. Hold on a second here. One more second. All right. Sorry about that. I've got a lot of. I have to answer my phone because we're in a place where we could have an emergency in the background, a familiar emergency. So I apologize that I continue to answer the phone. That's right. I love trusts. I like trusts. So, anyways, if you're out there and you're thinking about Bitcoin or you're thinking about what you're going to do for the rest of your life and that kind of stuff, think about your if you like cocaine and hookers, if you like, I don't know, fast cars and loose women, whatever it is that you like, loose men. If you're a woman and you like fast cars, loose women, whatever it is you like, I don't care. What I do care about is that whatever you care about, that as we come into this late stage bull run, that you get to keep your money. And so, like Jonathan and I, and even Winky, Joe Donut, all these different people, they've been through these cycles. Some of these guys, right? Some of these guys are older. When you look at some of even the women, like we've got a ton of female traders inside of our Discord. Doesn't matter if you're a man, woman, a they, or them, or whatever. What does matter is that the longer you spend through these, the more years you spend through these cyclical or these economic cycles, you get a little bit smarter each time, don't you? And so when you hear the wisdom of these older generations that have been in the market for a long time, I want you to consider that, especially if you're younger. Like, try to maximize your profits, be ready to have cash on hand. You're going to hear people out there tell you that we're not going to get, like the bull market's not going to end, something like that. They end. It's normal for a bull market to take its time, or to take its cycle, and then gives you an opportunity to buy in at a good price. Do I think the bull run's over? No, it's not. It's late cycle though. So be looking to wrap up your investments as we head into 25 and 26. Be ready to have cash on hand. You can still trade the market up. We enter a bubble or whatever. You can trade it up all you want. We can trade it up with options. We can do spreads. We can do all kinds of. We can sell calls in the upside if the top is in. There's all kinds of cool shit we can do, but have some cash on hand. You want to have that cash on hand. And I showed you guys a week or two ago. Didn't I showed you guys a cash? Like I showed you the cash on the sidelines. I didn't show the chart today. I was going to show it to you, but there's major cash on the sidelines right now still. I remember I said, I don't want to post it, or I was like, I don't want to show this to too many people because if you look at it, you think it's going to get deployed right now. It isn't. It's waiting for that, the top in the market. It's waiting for commercial real estate to implode. It's waiting for residential real estate to implode. Not really implode, not like fraud, but the real fraud's probably the commercial real estate market. It's waiting for the rest of the world to join us in a recession. And that's not today, is it? It's probably after the election cycles, probably after we get out of the soft landing. Where normally when we exit a soft landing, we are every time guaranteed a recession thereafter. We're likely in a soft landing right now. Whenever that ends, there is also a buffer time period. That could be 25 or 26, usually about a year and a half at max, maybe 3 years at most. Just be ready. Collect cash, put it away, save it. And I need my next thing. So I did the Detroit thing, right? Now I need to do the next thing, right? It's not today, but I need to be ready for it. So think about that as time passes. Head into 25, 26, 27 for the next big thing. Hopefully you'll know me. And you'll wonder where I'm going to be at that time period. I hope that I'm with you guys. I hope that I'm here when we do get that bear market. So that we're at the bottom of it. I'll say something fucking harebrained to you, and you're going to say, you're out of your fucking skull to me. You're going to be like my parents. You're going to be like my cousins, my sisters, my brothers, my real ones, and tell me that I'm a fucking lunatic. But I'm going to buy it. I don't know if I'm going to move. I don't know if it's moving somewhere or buying it or whatever it is, but you'll be there. I stream now. So my hope here is that whenever that next stage comes, that we're together doing it together. Maybe you move there with me, wherever that is. My hope is that it's something commercial. My hope is that it's not residential properties, but I'm assuming it's commercial properties. I'm assuming that something's going to implode. We can buy like a, I don't know, or maybe you guys, or maybe you do your own thing, but I'll buy. I'm assuming, if I'm assuming this, I'm assuming that I'm going to end up buying like storage units or boat slips or parking lots. I would love to own parking lots and be the evil parking lot owner. That son of a bitch is charging $100 to go watch a local concert. That's me. I would love. I don't know where it would be. I'm open to anywhere. I'd move anywhere. I think I'd be looking for whatever market gets hammered the worst. Whatever market gets the bludgeoning, I'd probably move there. Whatever shithole it is, or whatever shithole it's become. I would like to live there, though. I like to live wherever I own, so wherever the most damage is, we don't know where it is, right? Can't really say it's here or there. It's always a shocker wherever it is. You know, it like winds up being like Seattle or something. You know, it's always like the nicest place you don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be Seattle, but, you know. My buddy did it in 07. My long-term friend did. He was in Vegas, and he bought a mansion in Vegas. I never thought it was coming back. They ended up building way past that mansion out to the fucking mountains. He's filthy fucking rich. Filthy fucking rich. Fuck you, rich. Today. He doesn't worry about anything. Raised his wife, kids. Kids all homeschooled. Kids going to college. Never worry about anything the rest of his life. So prepare for that. We'll do it together. It'll happen. It'll happen. Next 3 years, you'll be seeing me saying something stupid like, I'm going to go in there and buy this strip mall full of fucking whatever. It's going to be juicy, too. Commercial real estate is fucking phenomenal. Yeah, I hope it's somewhere warmer. I'm looking at one place up north. I am looking at a town up north in Michigan as a potential place. It's being built out right now. I'm hoping that the real estate crash would impact it. Right now, there's a town up north in Michigan where they're trying to make the jump to become like a Grand Haven or a Travis City. I'm hoping that the real estate market collapses and that town is built out and they're fire sailing a bunch of it and I can go up there and buy some of that. That's one place I'm looking. I'd be open to like Austin, Seattle. I'm looking for places that are on the up and up but get hit hard from speculation. I'm not necessarily looking for like I don't know, like a place that's I'm looking for like where the most speculation is and it's already built in or built up. No, not Pictured Lakes. I've mentioned the place before. You'd buy Chernobyl for the right pricing? What do you guys think about Ukraine right now? They're getting saucy, huh? There's a fucking finger in the pudding, huh? Yeah, fuck you. Like balls. Yeah, I got a Bay City. A three-eyed boar hunting ranch in Chernobyl. I'd be looking at where anything is overvalued, like stupidly, obscenely overvalued. Yeah, it's a ballsy move in Ukraine, right? Why not? I like it. I like the move. I think that it's unprepared. I think it's I don't think that Ukraine was going to gain their land back. Everybody's entrenched. It's like World War I warfare shit. Swing left, swing right. Blast open the door, force some of those entrenched troops to be moved. There's some argument out there that you're going to embolden Putin to do a general mobilization. That's fine too. Do it. Show the suburbs of Moscow what it means to fight. We'll see how long that war lasts. Take it from the hood to the suburbs. Everybody's got bone spurs then. Ooh, look at that injury from when I played soccer when I was in 7th grade. Can't go. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it unfolds. There's some danger there too, right? There's definitely danger. I mean, if it stays conventional, there's no danger, but there is danger that it doesn't stay conventional. And you got to assume that they probably did this because they're unsure about American politics too, right? And support. Might as well do it now while you can. It's ballsy. I'll give them that. I got to give it to Ukraine. It's ballsy as fuck. I mean, that would be like what? Maybe going into Mexico and beating up on the. I don't know if this is exactly that, but I don't know. Like we're gonna intervene in Mexico, and then all of a sudden Mexico starts invading Texas and shit, Southern California. You'd be pissed. Do you think Santa Fe is overvalued right now? I think it's undervalued. I think Santa Fe can grow some more. Santa Fe is banging. I looked at Santa Fe recently. I think Santa Fe is a great place. You can ski. It's not too far away from Vegas. It's not like Park City or Colorado in terms of getting to California, but you want like a quick route to California. I like the route between Colorado, Utah, and Nevada or Vegas because it's like 4 hours and 4 hours. You can actually drive it, hang out in Vegas, and you can get to LA, San Diego, or San Fran quickly. It's a little bit more. It's not quite Texas where you have to fly everywhere, but it does have skiing. The only problem that I had with Santa Fe would be that you have to usually a one-way trip, right? Like 8 to 10 hours to get to an ocean. There's no Las Vegas in the middle. Iran sending ballistic missiles to Russia is not awesome. I don't know. Park a little sub off the coast. Launch 150 interceptors out there and just knock them out of the sky, maybe. Like hand to God kind of thing. Just knock them out of the sky. I think if we move into the, it's a weird thing. Like, do you call them out or do you not call them out? How far do you call out Russia and China? Like even Z recently said, if there comes a point where you have to call them out, right? Even Z recently said we're not going to fall for it. Z was on record saying we're not falling for this shit right now. We're out of our fucking skulls if we're going to try to take on the U.S. We will, just not right now. And I think you call Putin out on it too, to some extent. A little bit of pressure there. Let's see if we get the new high or not. It's a nice little 15-minute trade. You see that? Bam, bam. If we get the new high, look for R4 and 5. You're looking for something like that, another pullback, and then straight up, almost vertical. Let's check back here, see if there's anything else stopping us. There's some volatility. Fucking savages trying to sell us down. Rubner's out there pulling the sell button. He's in his office. Rubner's in his office. Die, SPY, die, die, die. Let me ask you a question about tomorrow. Do you think tomorrow is a sell the news on? Do you think tomorrow sell the news on CPI comes in cool? Stay away from the Chernobyl radius. Likes to hang up. 2:16 in the afternoon start, wrapping it up at 2:30. The 4-hour bar is almost complete. Eight to 12. We got till 4 p.m. to get up there. Check the 1 hour really quick. Man, look at that right there. Let's look at the 1 hour bar. So they sold us down. We bought the entire thing straight back up. New hour already started. Trying to buy us up into this hour right here. Need a new high right now. We'll monitor this closely, see if we can get above. They're trying to sell us down right now. You see that? Sell us down here, trying to sell us down here. They don't want the new high. Anger. So much emotion. Sellers trying to put the screws on again. They would need to get below 539.46 to win. You want expectations for tomorrow? Let's take a look. Someone's asking in the Discord for expectations for tomorrow. Let's give you preliminary expectations for tomorrow. Okay. A few things to watch out for here. We're going to take a look at this on an hourly basis. We have a series of higher lows on an hourly basis. You see it here and here. This is implying a back test of the hourly trigger on the daily trigger. We're topping out a little bit on the half an hour basis here. Let's take a look at a daily basis. A little bit of this is all bullish on a daily basis, kind of bullish on a weekly basis. No new lows yet for the bulls. So the bulls still have to prove themselves, for lack of a better way to describe this. Here a little bit of weakness here, but this is all bullish still here. Bulls are basically in charge right now, but they still have to prove themselves. On a 1 hour basis here, expectation would be some kind of a failure here and at least a back test of about there. And then a new high right here. Now, I will say this on this expectation. I still don't like the no pullback to trend. Still don't like it. But as long as price stays above the cross above here, I think pretty good here. So, matter of fact, let's move that higher. I'm going to expect for right now for any dips to be bought. And as long as they are bought on the hourly trigger, the way is higher. On a smaller time frame, like 1 and 5 minute time frame, any breakouts above the 1 and 5 minute trigger after a successful back test of the hourly trigger, the way is higher. We should expect to at least trade 545 at minimum, if not 553 and change above here, squeezing higher there. Now I will say something that we do have some things on the horizon, right? Or expected volatility, where you may be able to capitalize on more doom and gloom to get a better price. So keep those things in mind. Excuse me. Tomorrow morning we've got inflation, month over month, year over year. We've got CPI, right? So those are two big things we want to be paying attention to. On Thursday we've got retail sales, and then on Friday we've got some building permits and Michigan consumer sentiment. So if those reports are good for us, we should expect to trade into Friday, 553, at least 553, 71, somewhere up there. Come back down, something like that. That holds. In this round, like 1, 2, 3, in this push higher. That's all positive and stuff. Now again, I can't crystal ball this and say we're coming down from here to go higher. If we get a bad report, come down here, go higher. What I will say to you is this is just like these two dip buys down below, right? Just like these two dip buys down here, if you're presented with the opportunity at any point, that's where you can re-enter a trade and remain bullish. We know that 530 is a put wall or a put wall, which is like 526, somewhere in there. It's right here, actually. A little put wall in here, currently, at least. As long as we don't break that put wall right there, we're valid above. Right? We're not sellers here, are we? Are we sellers here? No. So we're not sellers unless we break this 5,300, right? So we're not sellers here. We're looking for dips to buy to go higher, right? Or pullbacks to buy to go higher, right? So right where we are right now, if you're looking for a place to buy a pullback, where is it? It's on the hourly trigger, right? Somewhere down here, 535, 538. Or you're long and strong to your target above, which is 543.04, 536. And you're going to expect this to reject initially. Probably should have drew that better. Probably should have drawn that like this. Maybe like that. Then the pullback down to the hourly. Get above. Halfway trigger there. There's. Could have probably drew that better. You guys like the finer. But I do expect. So I'm going to put that on the there, get above it, come back down. This is the half back trade, 556.5, right there, somewhere in there, 546. Let me just check that. Right around there. There's a couple places where they can take that shot to the downside. There's like down here, there's the roll down there. And as long as you're following that hourly trigger, you're good to go. And you're good to go if you can catch this. I'm looking for that. So if I can catch that down there for a big trade, medium-sized trade or whatever, give it to me. I'm still long the market here. I have not exited the market yet. And for me to exit the market and get scared, I would need to see a rejection and a trade below. Right? Get underneath it, catch a new low. I'd be getting scared in here because we will go lower than this, right? We'll go down here and see some new lows. But until then, the market is supportive. We are looking to go higher. And buy any weakness above 528.12. Whew. Sorry for that. Expectations. 544.35 in a day. You get a good CPI tomorrow, upside target 547.12, and then Friday somewhere in there, 553. But this, of course, relies upon good prints. If you're like, well, Cap, I hate chasing, just sit back and wait for a pullback. You can jump in. There's been many opportunities to jump in. There's been one right here, one right here. I know you were scared there and there. There's been one right there. There's been one right here. This one was fucking beautiful, by the way. This one was fucking amazing. 9:30 in the morning, bloodbath. Fuck you and your weekly puts. Great little trade in there. Intraday trade on Monday. That was a gangster trade right there. Back test the hourly trigger. Fuck you going higher. Who got fucked there? Who doesn't have the hourly triggers out there? Got fucked. Woo! Woo! Hidden hand of the market, baby. Another back test right there. Boom. Move higher. Look for another back test over here. It's going to crash, Cap. Where are the trigger pivots? Let's see where those are. Same spot right there. You see it? So this is the right there. There's the target. Right down below, a little bit refined. And maybe you go right up there with it. There's your 5-minute basis right there. What is it? How long is this? 16, 18, 400, 5, 6 a.m. in here. 6 a.m., 5 a.m. What is that over there, maybe? What is that, 8:30, 9:30? Sell the news on the open, buy the dip. 9:30, 10 on a Thursday. You guys are all bared up. Maybe that's like the sell 9:30 in the a.m. Off and running again on Thursday and a Friday. Fucking destroy the Bears. Oh my God. There it is right there. Fucking A, man. Have you told the Bears to get out of the way yet or no? That fucking Monday back test of the hourly trigger, it was like, woo. Like fucking 9:30 to 10 a.m., right? Like sell the open. Fucking weekly puts are on board. You're like, yeah, everything's great. Fucking 10 a.m. Waste blown off. My shit's on fire. Why are my puts losing value even though we're back to the open? Oh, God, no. If you don't believe anything that I'm saying to you, know one thing. We're in a buy the dip environment. Look for a back test to buy. If that back test spot fails, you can get bared up a little bit. If 526 or whatever that was, if the fuck is it? Let me get rid of that. You can get a little bared up on a back test if we break the 5-minute trigger. That would mean reject it too. Like you can't just break it; you have to reject it. Break and reject the 5-minute trigger. You can probably trade a back test to the hourly trigger. If you want to get really bared up, you want to lose 528.12. 528.12 as of right now. If you want to be a sell the rip and not buy the dip environment, that's what you're looking for. Right now, it's buy the dip. Close today is 4 o'clock, right? We know that they like to sell the close. I think you gap it up between today and tomorrow. I think they're going to gap you. I think they gap it overnight. I'm in a shit ton of calls. I've been in calls. I've been in a call spread now for a couple weeks. I closed the sold calls and told you in Discord I am long calls on the stank market for a significant amount of money. I've been adding all along the way too. Like every time we do a back test, I'm long. So I tell you on public, told you on Twitter, that was the bottom. Told you the bar it happened on. Here, hold on a second here. I screamed it. I want to show you where I called it for you, okay? Here, I will pin it. I don't like to self-congratulate, so I will though. You want me to? I get Odin Nobunga yells at me all the time. He's like, you need to, because that, like, my losses, people are like, oh, that guy's losing, or I don't know. I won't even go back and say that call spread is now printing. I won't tell people anything. I'll make the call and I move on. I pinned it just now for you. Now, what do you need to know about that? Yeah, you want me to gloat? I'm not trying to gloat here, by the way. I hate gloating. Truly, I do, and I normally don't do it. What time is that? $5:50 a.m. August 10th, right? 5:50 a.m. August 10th. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, sorry, wrong one. My bad. That was the. This is the bottom until we trade 6,000 with the door, but this was the explanation of where we're going. Hold on a second here. That was the explanation trade. Hold on here. That was the 6,000. We're going to 6,000. I pinned the one. It's right here. Hold on. Yes. This was the simplified version on the 8th. This was bottom right-hand side. This is 7:53 a.m. on August 8th, right? 7:53 a.m. August 8th. I kept it simple. This is the bottom. It's August 8th. 7:53 a.m. was when? Right about there. Right there. Right here. We squoze all the way up. Came back, back tested hourly triggers, all the way up again. So if you're looking for your next leg, right down there. See it? That was the Monday scaries. Remember the Monday scaries? Did a private stream for you so you didn't continue to sell. Opened it up to the public. We went long. Right? Came back down in here. Remember everybody was short in here? Everybody was short in here. Right? That's confirming bottom. We're going up higher. So now we're looking for the next one, right? Squeezing higher right now. And if you're just looking for a pullback, aren't you? You're looking for the next one of these, aren't you? No, the doom and gloom will come in. They'll tell you that everything's going to crash. And you're not going to buy again, right? Matter of fact, I think that morning or the day before, I think that at 4 p.m. the day before was when I gave the lesson on this is the bottom. And I said, do not be short here. You might get a little extra in the overnight on Globex and futures. You might get a little bit more, but it's not rolling down. And everybody's going to tell you should be short here, but you shouldn't. Too much risk. We're going to look back on that moment in a week or two, and it ain't going to look pretty, is it? And up here, same kind of thing, right? Looking for that upside move, but if there's any point where we get the chance to buy a dip, you Johnny on the spot down there, right? Everybody's going to be bared up, and you're going to be bulled up trying to buy that dip. Trading higher now. New highs on SPOOs. Expectation that we will trade 542.85 is the target. Road could get bumpy heading up there. They're going to be stinky about it. They're not happy about it. If you're trying to get long here, is this the place to get long? Jimmy's making a very good point. If you're trying to get long here, is this the place to get wrong? We had this discussion too, didn't we, Jimmy? When we're on bottom, didn't we? When we were on the bottom, I was saying this is not the place to get short, is it? Is this the place to be opening your positions? Let me ask you that as a bull. No. You could do a little taste. Are you is your whole account long today, right now, at this moment, right now? That's insano. I seem bored. I'm not bored. I'm long here, but where are you long? Where am I long? Where are you long? Is completely different, right? Or what do I need to happen? I'm going to tell you I need it to go higher, right? Is wheat finally in the shitter? Which wheat do you trade? What's your favorite wheat? Let me know what wheat you like to trade. Do you like the cash market wheat or no? Rolling white balls, which wheat do you like? Do you think that wheat can go up because of the threat to a reaction from Russia to Ukraine? It's a good trade. Yeah, stop hunting? Fuck yes. Oh, yeah, definitely, brother. Definitely, David. I'm long here. If anyone wants to know, I'm long. I'm long as fuck here. I am super long. I am almost all account long. Discord's cheap. I think it's 18 or 20 bucks for the year, just Discord. We've got a bunch of premium tools in there and stuff. Like the price entry is dirt cheap. It helps facilitate what we do. Yeah, David, I'm on that same thing, David. 100%, brother. That squeeze higher. And then the pullback, bro. I'm on that same trade right now. I got that trade right now, David, going on. I got that squeeze higher and then pull back off of it. Right back down there. I got pretty much that same trade, Dave. I'm on that trade, bro. Pretty much that same plan. I don't think it's CPI is bad. I think it's sell the news on CPI. So they squeeze it up into CPI, right? You sell the news on the open, you buy the dip. Personally. Oh, well, it depends on price when we get there. And the hourly trigger is right here. See that hourly trigger? So we squeeze it up and then like this goes. Wherever the hourly trigger is at that point is where that pullback comes into. Wait a minute here. You're probably better off trading futures. I think you guys have the idea for tomorrow already, right? You get the gappage. You get the pullback. Retest the hourly trigger down here. You have another spot even lower over here to come back down into. And go as low as 528. Probables down here into the hourly trigger over here. If you're a bull, you're looking to be adding here or down here. Like you're adding here and here. If you're already long from down below, or if you were adding already, or if you're buying the dip down below, you're taking profit as we enter this zone, right? As you come into this, you're taking profit. Maybe leaving some runners on, or you're long in futures or something. Rolling white balls. Which wheat do you want me to trade? Or which wheat do you want me to look at, man? You want me to look at cash market wheat or wheat futures? What do you want me to do? There's more than one wheat. I've been trapped in wheat. I've fucked up on wheat. Wheat thins. Okay, cash market wheat. So WEAT then, right? $45 days, the stuff that grows in the ground. Yeah, I've got I watched the farm report. I have family that we own a farm. Our family owns a farm, I should say. Not a farm, a big one, a ranch. A giant ass ranch with it's probably the size of Detroit. Wheat for sheep, Settlers of Catan. Give me a second here. Let's look at wheat really quick. So, just so you all know, Russia invaded Ukraine right here. That's where Russia invaded Ukraine. Wheat exploded to the upside. There's two lessons to learn here. Number one, I would be saying, okay, you got 45 days into ground, of course. But secondly would be if Russia does any kind of a counterattack. Well, this is like winter wheat, right? I think winter wheat gets planted right around now. Hard wheat gets planted right now. But see that big, giant fucking move right there? There could be some risk of that to make a giant fucking move on wheat. Wheat's gotten shanked down to the initial move higher, too. Does it go any lower? It's really low. It's $4.96. France had a bad season, too much rain. Could be a giant catalyst for wheat to the Russia thing could be the giant catalyst. Whether it's fake or not doesn't matter either. There is. It hasn't turned up yet. It hasn't made a new low either. I'll say this. I like to see things like I like to see how algorithms are looking. And looks like the low tick was $4.83. And we haven't seen that low, have we? We haven't seen that low, have we? See it down there? Right, Sneaky Pete down there? These algorithms are funny guys. So there is a known place to buy, isn't there? Here and here. It's kind of sneaky, isn't it? Let's just check this thing out. And they got down over here. Do you see that? Here, let's watch this again. Raise that a little. Let's go over here and see if they got the low. So this was the low in the last run. They got underneath it, but they bought it, swooped in, bought it back up. Back tested that low again, successful. Blooding right now. They never got the low of 483, did they? So I'm not bearish on it. Not bearish on wheat right now. On velocity, no new low on quarterly. That's questionable. Daily looks great. Weekly, daily looks really good. Weekly is kind of questionable. But you're looking for 45 days, so. You're above trend right now. Let's look at it with the hourly trigger. Now we're getting a little bit better flavor here, right? What do you have for calls? What do you have for calls there, rolling white balls? Do you own it outright, or do you have? Or you own the wheat? You have 45 days. I think that's 45 days right there. Mid-September. $6.40. High side price target $9, 750 medium or mid size range. I'll give you three targets: $6, 750, and an explosive move up to $9 possibly on wheat. That'd be over the course of a year, though. So right now, like $6.29, $7.96. Pull back down to 630, and then a target of 850. But that's over time. I like wheat here. So over the course of about a year and a half. Try to accumulate wheat at sub $5, anywhere down below here. The trade is dead if you start to reject 485, 483. Any lows that you can find on wheat at like 483, keep adding. I'm bullish on it, though. It's peaking out where it peaked the last time on its monthly velocity. No, I'm not going to leave. Cancel. Let's look at VIX 9-day. I'm bullish here. Oh, yeah. Murder the VIX. Well, VIX 9-day being blooded right now as we squeeze higher. Upside price target 542.80, 84, somewhere in there. Melting up right now into the close. VIX 9-day being taken to the woodshed. TNX, baby. Tits and X. This is TNX being taken down to the buy zone. So where last known demand was in here, buyers here. There's another demand zone down below here. Probably be more valid, huh? Note the bumpy ride on, oh my God, Dixie getting taken to the woodshed. Let's go look at Dix really quick. This is the dollar. Think it's going to get shanked. Dollar's still going to go down to $1.240. Dollar's in fucking free fall. Hang tight here. Oh, HYG, you dirty fucking dog. Dirty fucking dog, HYG. Climbing the fucking wall of worry still. Man, just look at that fucking buy. Look at that monster HYG buy. Look at that fucking green bar down there. Fuck you. Jesus Christ, HYG. HYG telling you to go fuck yourself. You're a bear. Like literally that whole wick. Whew. Fucking wick is on fire. HYG is fucking like, not so much all this action, this right here. My God. Who the fuck is saving HYG? Look at that wall of worry there. HYG has been a fucking beast. It's trying to get back in line right now with here, let me show you something crazy just so you can see where it's headed. This is end of year right here. I mean, you want to see a fucking push. Like, get off the fucking 1 minute shit. Like, HYG is just like reaching for the stars. You tell me that ain't going to roll over, though? Yeah. Cap, it's going to be fine. I'm like, the fuck, no, it isn't. They're going to fucking push this thing up and fucking blood it. Rain that shit. This is Q1 of 25. Fucking stupid. Boom ting down. Boom ting down. Get up there. I'll tell you what, if we trade like $88, the top is in. That's the current trajectory that we're on right now. Hold on here. Even if you, this is the extension of the market with the drop we just had. That's how we wind up with that next leg higher in a 25. That's where you see like 600. Oh man, $94. That's in 26, midway through 20 or 27. That pullback might extend our market. It might limit our upside potential. Extend the market. It's possible. We break out up here, though. We're going into this is like bubble territory. That's 6,000. Get back into that bubble trade. We get up into that trajectory up there, and it's on 6,000, baby. Start trading the fucking the low 80s and shit. Like this is all bubble shit up here. Party all the time. Eddie fucking Murphy shit. And this big block buying right here. Oh no, man. Party all the. There's this weird thing let me see if I can relate this to you guys. So this correction, right, that we just had for the time and where we had it, did two things. It shows us the way to 6,000 sooner than later. It opens the door to new lows as we head into the beginning of the year. But it quite possibly extends our market too. If the market holds up on the monthly trigger, it could theoretically open us up to we were on a trajectory of 6,000 to 9,000. I just lost power for a minute. We were on this trajectory of trading 6,000, maybe even 9 or 10 or 12,000. David, not David AMS, but David Hunter was kind of correct. Yeah, we're on that trajectory. I was I'm open to more than 6,000. Crazy bubble. We were kind of this correction has kind of opened us up to a broadened market into 25, 26. Potential for it, not guaranteed. Potentially extending the market. It's really bizarre. There's like things that are like, there's like, nope, we're not going to do this. And we're probably going to do that now. But then there's like other things like the top might not be January. Yet there's no way to really get above 6,000 either. Like the door closes to like crazy bubble early between now and mid to late 2026. Like that door is closing. But like a more, I don't know if you call it expanded market, but maybe extended market is possible. Like you see 6,000 sooner than later. You do some big consolidating that's going to look like distribution, but then we're going to go even higher in 25, 26. I don't know if that happens or if it's just a topping process that takes time. We don't enter the actual bubble. Maybe they're trying to thwart the damage. I got to think about this deeper. Maybe they're trying to thwart a nasty crash. Like a lost decade becomes like a, I don't know. I shouldn't say lost decade because that could still be a lost decade. Maybe just extension, and you'd still be leaving people behind though if you did that. Like, still be leaving this generation. I don't know how that goes. How do you're young? Are you young out there? What are your thoughts on this? Manipulation is real, man. Like at the cost of what? Fucking boomers need to go away, dudes. Boomers will be like 90 years old with the hand on top of the market. Fucking A. Right until the last one is gone. There are some evil motherfuckers, man. Man. Like the greed knows no bounds. These guys have been wrapped up in like this trade, right? This trade goes back to 1978. Like that's how expansive this trade is. All these guys and gals were fucking like in their 20s, 30s. 1978, they were all like 20s, 30s. They were all coming into Wall Street. This is a lifelong trade. Like just the expansiveness of it. And they're all now in their 70s. Some are in their late 70s. You could say a few of them are in their early 60s, mid 60s. But like and then some of them are in the 70s, 80s, not quite 90s right now. But this trade has like been a lifetime trade for these fucking boomers. Like literal lifetime trade. Started in 1978. It's like a wild ass trade. Can you imagine being a fucking boomer? Like your parents saved the world. And you said, fuck it. We're going to become the richest fucking generation of all time. And they're like 20 to 30 years old. And they're going to leave the scraps for you to pick up. The destruction and devastation. And they're not going to let it go until they're dead and gone. You can track it right from 1978. You can actually track it. It's insane. It's an insane fucking trade. It's got to be one of the greatest trades of all time. Has to be. I don't know how it ends. I don't know if it ends with like a fucking war. Like they just die maybe. maybe it's like what do they call it? It's there's a word for it. Is it austerity or something? It's like something where like next few generations just says fuck it, we're gonna destroy it all and reset the whole thing. Oh, we're gonna get rid of all the debt and all this and that. We're just gonna start new. I think part of that's MMT, where they just wash it away. Say fuck it, it's all gone. We're wiping all the debt or whatever. I don't know if it's called austerity. I could be wrong on that, but it's pure insanity to think about. If they're trying to extend it, that's even more bizarre. Like if this correction was a part of that plan, like because this correction's kind of changing our trajectory a little bit, like the crazy town trajectory, it's kind of like extending the trajectory. But it's really bizarre. It's really bizarre. I'll tell you guys something. Like, so I had a family medical emergency, and that one of this person is in that generation. They don't give a flying fuck. They don't care. They do not care. They don't care. Like when I speak to a boomer, and then I speak to someone of my generation or younger, we're different. We are all of us to some degree are not anything like them. Yeah, it's next level. It's next level. Like that, like it's just, it reminds me. My buddy worked in the emergency rooms during COVID, and I think he was like relating the worst stories, and he's like, dude, he's like these fucking boomers. He's like, you can be right there putting the fucking final mask on him and say you're never waking up again, but I want you to know it was COVID, and they were just like, fuck you, it's COVID. Like right to the last conscious moment where someone's telling you, your doctor is looking at you and saying, dying of COVID right now, we're never going to see you again. And they're just like, fuck you. It's a whole nother level. I don't even know if it's greed. Just a whole nother level of we're going to Mars, baby. And we really mean it. Even if we don't go there. My last dying breath. It's pure moxie. It really is. It's like no rational is this. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like pure stubbornness. Exactly, Winky. It's like pure, unadulterated, stubborn as fuck. It's a good word to describe it. It's not even fuck you, I got mine. It's fuck you to my last breath. It really is. It's like moxie. I don't know exactly what it is, but I can see it right now in the stock market. Like I'm just thinking about like 78 to right now and where the market is, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Not taking sides on it, but it's not even I got mine. It's just right to the end. Like let it run hot. Pour the gasoline directly into the carburetor and pump the fucking gas right now. I don't care how bad things get. There could literally be World War III and like the fucking every street burning in the U.S. and they'd be like, hit it with some gas. Pump the fucking pedal. It reminds me of like some of that shit like that came out of like the atomic generation. Like some of these guys are like, fuck it, let's just start using nukes to form dams and shit. You like rein these guys in, just like cool jets, man. Let's start nuking the moon and see what happens. Maybe we can alter the ocean or some shit. It's like, who the fuck brought crazy? Yeah, I got the path right here. You guys got my path. Like, what's the Stanley Kubrick film? How I learned to stop worrying, and learn to love the bomb. Like that kind of shit. Fuck it. I'm also assuming that's how we got to the moon too. They're just like, fuck it, let's do it. you got the makings of a computer, let's do it. Strap me in. Balls. Giant fucking balls. Like huge balls. What up, podcast? How you doing, brother? Should I play this right now in the stream? I'll play it in the stream, brother. Hold on. Let's see if I can play it in the stream. Do you mind if I play it in the stream? I'm asking you for your permission. Oh, wait a minute. Where is it? Hold on here. Oh, yeah. My boy made this. Have a quick intermission here into the close. Close personal friend of the show here, Trader Podcast. If you don't know him, you find his ass on Twitter. Follow him. At Trader Podcast. He's inside the Discord right now. He's very famous, of course, amongst the Wall Street bet crowd. He made us he made not us, but probably the greater market, a little video for you as we head into Jackson's Hole.
I'm headed to Jackson's Hole, where the mountains meet the sky, with a suitcase full of numbers and a cold CPI. Gonna meet my best friends in that hollowed heights array. We'll trap those grizzled bears and we'll watch them howl in pain. Woo! Oh, the bulls, they'll bleed in Jackson's Hole as I carve my name with my mighty pole. Legacy is forged in the fires of the bed, but the grace of my crown is a heart full of dread. They throw their stones from glass houses, sharp as a blade, but they don't know the cost of the choices that I've made. I pump up the markets, cause the safety net's torn. That deep in my soul I feel nothing but scorn. Oh, the bulls, they'll bleed in Jackson's Hole as I carve Monday with my mighty bowl. Legacy is forged in the fires of the bed, but the price of my crown is a heart full of dread. They throw their stones from glass houses, sharp as a blade, but they don't know the cost of the choices that I've made. I pump up the markets, cause the safety net's torn. But deep in my soul, I feel nothing but scorn. But deep in my soul, I feel nothing but scorn. I see them misery, and it brings me dark delight. But I stretch it slow and steady to savor every night. There beneath me, these mortals, so lost and so blind, I prolong my pleasure while they fall far behind. No candidate could please me, but one's the devil in disguise. I love the man with the orange skin and a fire in his lies. Crypto's just a plaything, long as I hold the reins. I'll twist and turn the dollar while I keep them in chains. Oh, the fools, they'll bleed in Jackson's Hole as I carve.
This is such a good one.
My mighty bowl.
Fair podcast, you're getting good.
Sea is forged in the fires of the vet, but the price of my crown is a heart full of dread. In Jackson's Hole, I found my throne, a legacy built on others' grove. I look into the night, so dark and deep, I know my soul's a price too steep. For in the end, when all is done, I'll be the last to see the sun.
I love how he does the head. I ain't done yet.
I'll find my throne, a legacy built on others' groans. But when I look into the night, so dark and deep, I know my soul's a price too steep. For in the end, when all is done, I'll be the last to see the sun.
I love you, Trader Podcast. Epic foolishness, agreed. All right, so we got SPX, right? Trying to make a swipe at Gamma Flip. We know local resistance is up there. We know the Doom line's up there. Coming into the Gamma Flip right now. Bears watching the Gamma Flip. Volatility should fall off once we get above too, right? If we can get above. Trying to sell us down right now on the flip. You can see it here. I'll show it to you on a 1 minute basis. Trying to roll us down here in the Gamma Flip. Doom line's right nearby. Flip's right there just so you can see it. How's Nvidia doing? Oh, God, NVDA, baby. 115.76. So stupidly bullish and beautiful. Can I post the link to that video? It's inside of our Discord. You can download it. A Trader Podcast, ask him if you can use it. I would say to you to reach out to him on Twitter. His name is the @ symbol, Trader Podcast, TRADER PODCASTE. Find him on Twitter. Find him on Wall Street Bets. You'll see he'll post it, and it'll go to like the #1 post on Wall Street Bets. Very intelligent, very smart trader. He also has a background in probability and statistics. Loves Gamma. I have a lot of love and respect for him. So try to find him and ask him to use the video. Just be like, hey, man, you might have to repost this. He always appreciates accreditation. Then does not mind you reposting that stuff. He's got a little tag on it, too. Shows him Shows who he is and stuff like that. He just posted it on his handle. So you can probably just Google search him. Just do a Google search, Twitter, X, the @ symbol. And there's some other, if you don't like Twitter, you can always, there's another website that you can view Twitter posts on. I understand if you don't like Twitter. I get it. It's polarizing right now for some of you. Polarizing for both sides right now, I think, to some extent. You want to be paying attention here to price action if you're new to the show. I leave these below and above to see what happens. So if we get above, if we get the new high, we should go higher. If we fail to get a new high, you're going to be looking lower. So this isn't directionally where we're heading, but what I'm looking for if we go higher or lower. So be looking for a high tick to go higher. Time or price, one or the other. You don't want to see price get below 540.63, or we'll go lower. If you're wondering what this zigzag lines mean, it's more for price targets for continuation of the upside or continuation of the downside. The VIX is turning around right now. The VIX 9-day, we only watch the 9-day around here. We don't watch the regular VIX. The VIX 9-day heading higher to the 5-minute trigger. They're going to try to blood us right now, but if the VIX gets rejected, we could see a quick bloodbath like whiplash, wham, wham. Be very conscious of a liquidation break down below here. $7:53 a.m. VIX 9-day, Nvidia, SPX. We should do the Qs and IWM. Q is coming into its daily trigger, trying to get above as well. Also note that there's a back test on the Qs down at 455. So even a break above the Qs. Not unusual to see VIX rise on that. IWM trying to trade 212, 210.50 right now, 210. Call it 210. Trying to break higher, not lower. No big back test on Qs today or on IWM today. Was looking for more down in IWM. Did not get it on the PPI report. PPI came in cold or cool. Leaving bulls behind that didn't buy the first two dips. DIA breaking above now, attacking. They've already broken above. Bullish outcome right now. They might have a back test at 395 to trade 400. This is DIA. Now give that to me. There's your liquidation break right here. Failure to get a new high so far. 3:39, 20 minutes left. See if they show their cards and take their hedge off. See if dealers buy the fuck out of this into the bell. Qs, IWM, DWI, or DWI. IWM, DIA. Note the hourly trigger is down where the put wall is, just above the put wall on SPX. It's notable. Someone asked about Apple, putting Apple on the screen. Apple looks great. It's above its daily trigger. Broke above its daily trigger, back tested an hourly cross. Gorgeous. Want a new entry? You're looking for looking for 217, 218, somewhere in there. Looks great. Bullish. Looks gorgeous. Perfect setup for a bull run. You broke above 220. That's always good to see. Whatever pullback there is, if you pull back to 218 somewhere in there, it should get bought and go higher. You guys know about zeros and fives. Did we fail 220 and get sent to the downside? No, we broke above it. You'd expect a pullback and consolidation below 220 or 220, 218 somewhere in there to make new highs. Apple looks great. TLT. Cranking, baby. Gorgeous. TLT looks gorgeous. Got bought right in its daily trigger almost. Right there. Bam. Little gray box. Now looking to trade above 100 bucks. Whoop. 102, 103, somewhere in there. Looks good. Engines firing in all cylinders. They'll tell you in 2 weeks that they got long. You know that, right? We talked about that this morning. HFs were long. You should see this event as we come into the, if we can hold, if we break above the gamma flip and pull back for another buy, you should see flows come into the beginning of the month. Chasers, right? Follow trend followers. That's at least that's the thesis. As long as we hold price and get above the gamma flip, it'll trigger buying. They'll get the worst possible price. We'll pull it back down below the gamma flip, and then we'll go higher, hopefully, if we can hold into the new month. Remember, they got spreads on they got to print, even with all the doom and gloom that they want to print no matter what. I got spreads on, or partial spreads, that I executed a couple weeks ago. Walk you in and out of a correction. Remember that people were trying to make you panic that Monday morning. You survived the correction of August 2024, the market crash of 2024. Remember to reposition yourself. Remember that people are FOMOing on the upside right now, too. I want to remember that. Just like people FOMO corrections, right? They FOMO the end of a correction. People are going to want to FOMO whatever this rip higher is when you're looking for lower to catch a dip. Always be the opposite of these people. Always. Don't drink either side's Kool-Aid. Don't be drinking the Bulls Kool-Aid here. Don't be drinking the Bears Kool-Aid on major lows. Be patient. Thanks, Shikim. Can I do AMD? Jesus Christ. AMD looks like it wants to rip your fucking face off, doesn't it? AMD wants to fucking close the gap at 145. AMD wants to rip your fucking faces off. Trade 140.84. Look for like just under 145. Back test of the hourly trigger. Personally, I'd like to buy 138. Should get one more blast higher. Looks like it, at least, from here. 146.76. Blast right back down. To go higher again. Somewhere in there. Nope. Only thing you're doing here, if you're a bear, there's the only thing you're doing. I warn you a few things here. I'm going to be very clear. Break out your notepads at home, especially if you're a bear. I want you to not care about reports. I want you to focus on two important things, 2 or 3 important things, okay? If you're a bear, I'm going to give it to you really easy. Really simple. You can take tactical trades with a rejection of the, write this down. Rule number 1. You can take tactical sell trades on a rejection of the 5-minute trigger with a new low. You can take, write this down. You can take tactical. I'll write it for you in the Discord. If you are a seller, you can take tactical. Losing the 5-minute trigger. From there, repeat on the HT. 2. Hang tight 1 second here. 528.12. You can only get bearish. Fairly simple. Otherwise, we're trading 6,000. You got the new high just then. There's your new high. Should see a break above 542.50 maybe. And those are the same places where bulls will be buying. Those same places. Squeeze them out now. Trading 542.05. Congratulations, bulls. is not the place to be short. If you're a bear, no, you're not going to time it to a minute tick. This is for the place for you to get run over. Just wait for the roll. Wait for the roll below the 5-minute trigger. Wait for a new low. Jump on board. Get crazy. Has not happened yet. We can see it down here in this bloodbath. I told you that's 0.3%. It's coming back. It did. You didn't get the new low here, did you? This is a good point right here. I want to show you something here. It's an important thing, important lesson here. I'm going to blast it down. Looks bearish as fuck, right? Did you get the new low or no? Did you get the new low? The answer is no. Did you? So you did not get the new low. Came back up. Was there any rejection? This shows strength in buyers, doesn't it? That shows strength in buyers. They come back up, make the new high, pull back, gets bought. That's all that shows. We're going higher. Higher. Right? Came back down. Did we get the new low? Nope. Did we get the new high? Yes. Shows strength in the close. They're saying, fuck you, we're here, we're buying. Dealers, market makers, someone was caught in spreads that wants it to be at a certain price for OPEX and for end of month. Hedge funds going long. We know that they're long. We also know there should be new flows at the beginning of September. We also know if we're above positive gamma that they're going to try the same fucking thing. They're going to get the worst price, probably break below the gamma flip, and then that's when you should get long. They write the news later. We make the trades with them. The news comes out 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. We say thank you, we already knew. Stay ahead of the news cycle. Ah, 565C is looking pretty good. You know what the really fucked up part is? So I've got some calls for the upside, and then I've got sold calls, and I have to get rid of them, or I can't do it again for a month. Like, I can't sell calls now on SPY. So like I got things happening in the background here. Like now I'm afraid of going to 600. I'm like really afraid, like by end of month. As long as we're not above 570, I'm cool. And then I'm not selling calls anymore against SPOOs. Now, if you own the SPY out there, be very careful. Be very careful of selling calls above 570 into Q or just into end of year from like September into December. Be very careful selling OTM calls 600 and higher. Back half of my spreads are looking fucking bomb right now. I want to close, like I'm thinking about closing them right here. Thinking about closing the trade. We're so close right now. We're super close. We're within like a fucking sea hair. The exit is now if you were caught in that trade. It's super close. I want another 20 cents. Jimmy, take it easy, man. If you are long, consider closing by 4:15. Consider it. If you're a cash market trader, if you can't hedge somewhere else, just take this as a warning. We've got 4 minutes left into the bell. There ain't no shame in taking money off the table. As we head into this bell, we head into like 4:15 or so. Even if we gap it up overnight, no shame. Was anybody talking about S-Bucks down there? I think, was Winky talking about S-Bucks today? I think Winky was talking about S-Bucks today. What does the first paragraph say in the book? I think it's the first paragraph. It says the markets are not efficient. It's pre-planned where they go. Something to that effect. The only people getting fucked are retailers. You guys should just turn off the news and social media. Hold on 1 second here. What's that password there? Right fucking back. Hammered. Scene of the fucking crime right now. Coming right into the scene of the crime. Okay. If you are just a cash market trader, there is risk to you in the morning for waking up lower. I would impress upon you, if you are a cash market, I mean, there's a good chance of squeezing up tomorrow and then sell the news on the open or possibly before we open. Now, you don't want to get caught in that. So be able to at least hedge yourself. Maybe you take some off here, sit on your hands. You don't need all of it. You got most of it. It's time to pull back, rein in your winnings. Even if you miss the next squeeze up, I want you to note here too that anyone out there that is long without protection or hedging into the open tomorrow likely did not buy the bottom. Likely are joining the late cycle upside move. So those aren't the people you should be listening to. You should be listening to buying the bottoms, taking some risk off as we head into a top, and waiting for the next bottom to buy again. I can't say that's enough. I need you to know that. Please, if you are in the wrong side of these cycles where you're chasing tops and you're selling bottoms, here's another moment for you to just sit back and maybe sit on your hands. Okay, so if you're a bull, it does not matter if we go up 30 points tomorrow. You are still a chubby chaser. Shouldn't say that. Oops. I apologize for saying that. You want to be scared to buy, even if it goes against you. If it goes against you when you're scared to buy, it usually comes back so that you can exit, right? If you buy tops, it doesn't come back to save you, does it? But if you're buying in the right place when you're scared, it normally comes back. So if you're buying pullbacks, corrections, that kind of stuff, you should never really lose. If you're trying to open positions on perceived or close to tops where pullbacks are going to be coming into play eventually, probably always losing. So just like when we were at the bottom and then the second bottom, I'm going to tell you the same thing again. Same thing. Repeat, right? Wash, repeat, rinse. Wash, repeat, rinse. Please follow instructions. If you want to know, I opened up a call spread. You want to know in the Discord? Open up a call spread. I just sell some calls and buy some calls. The sold calls, I closed them at the bottom. I left the long calls on. Closing those out now. I made money because I closed the sold calls at the bottom. So I'm up on this trade in a big way. I need to close so that I can reposition myself and at the next dip buy. So regardless of where we go now, this is an orderly exit for me, maybe not for you. There were people that took that trade with shorter dates, people that took it with longer dates. I want you to know you're green. You're very green right now, so you're doing very well for yourself. I could leave the call side on for another week or two, but I think it's better for me to just reposition, make sure I'm in the best position that I can be in, so I'm not a loser. So there you go. And that's me where I am. So I bought a spread where we should have gone up. I got trapped. So when I got trapped, I had to manage the trade. So like if you buy a dip where you should buy a dip and you get trapped, you're likely gonna be able to save the trade. If you're putting a spread on a high, you're not gonna be able to save that spread. You bought it the wrong fucking place. So even if you got trapped, even if they fuck you that one time, you're still buying in the right place. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but I'm closing the last leg of my spread. I'm waiting here. I got like another 10 minutes. But anyways, I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I try to do like an expanded brief today visually with you guys. If I can write that out for you for the weekend. I wrote some of this stuff last Friday. If you look at last Friday's, I think it was last Thursday or Friday's brief, it was expanded to include this entire week. It was last Thursday, Friday. I wrote you a brief that actually covers this entire week. So I am targeting, not just all-time highs. No, it's not going to go straight up to all-time highs. We're not going to 600. We're going to go up and down along the whole entire way. But like CaptainJimJames told me, we're doing this today. None of that nonsense. And there's places we need to hold for that thesis to play out. He said this, bro. We pin struck the gamma flip before cash market close. They tried to sell it. All right, I gotta go. I gotta close this shit out and stuff. I will see all of you tomorrow. I'll also send out a market brief that's expanded tonight. I'm back home. I had a family medical emergency that I had to deal with. It was unexpected. I was literally on my way to a party, and I had to immediately rush my family off. And then I had to take care of a bunch of shit in the background, go make sure they're okay, all that kind of stuff. And I put some measures in place to make sure if things turned horrible, that I wouldn't implode. Not implode emotionally, but my life wouldn't implode. I needed to put some things in place to ensure that my wife could do what she needed to do. My children could be there and that kind of stuff. Put some emergency measures in place so that if my wife needed to be gone, my wife possibly this week could have been gone from my life for many months, and I needed to put some precautions in place so that she could do what she needed to do for our very close extended family. And so I apologize for that interruption. I can't plan that kind of shit. So, and I have to be there for my wife. My wife is like number one in my life, no matter what. I don't do anything without my wife being successful and everything. We're not successful. It's like I need her to be able to have the ability to do what she needs to do and the confidence that I can ensure she can do it. It's a part of being a married man with children, for lack of a better way of saying it. Everything is returning on my end. Everything is set. My wife is set to go. If anything happens, if my wife needs to disappear, she can. I can hold down the fort for many months, 1 to 3 months, easy. But it was like a very disruptive, potentially negative thing that would probably devastate my family. And we don't want that devastation. And then whenever that time comes, I need to be there for my wife to make sure that she can do what she needs to do. All right. I love all you guys. I'll see all you guys tomorrow. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to make myself some dinner. I'm alone. So I got to cook for myself and take the dogs out for a walk and the cats outside on a leash. I need an hour or two to take care of the animals. And I don't know what I'm going to eat. Probably bread and shit, make toast or something, start losing some weight. I don't have any booze in the house, so I'm not going to get shellacked and shit-faced. I got some beer and stuff. I'm not going to go out and buy any booze or anything. I'm not going to hang out with my boys, my friends. They all know what's going on, so they're all being supportive in the way of being supportive. My close friends here in Detroit know that I'm going through this, and so they're not like, hey, let's go party and shit like that. So everything should be copacetic and cool around here. If there is anything that gets worse or anything, I will let you know, of course. I'll try not to keep it too public. It's part of life, I guess. That's right, PB and J. I gotta dig to the freezer and see if we can frozen meat or something. Yeah, ramen, of course. No booze. I don't want to do any booze. I have to be available if something fucked up happens. Literally have to be available, Johnny, on the spot. So no booze, no going crazy. Maybe a bear or two, but that's it. can't fuck this up, man. My wife will fucking hate me. Like, this is the kind of shit where they're like, she didn't think I could take care. Dude, you should see, like, they were trying to clean the fucking house as they were running out the door. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm making the bed. I'm like, you don't need to make the fucking bed. I'll make the fucking bed. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I got the housekeeper. I can do it myself. Like, get out of here. I'm like, fucking go. Right now, go. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Like what people do in stressful situations. I'm like, go, run. This is what we do. We don't plan for this, but we do the right thing so that you can go do what you need to do. You just go. Pack your shit and go. I'll meet you there later. Like, I'll take care of the neighbor kids. I'll take care of this one. Don't worry about it. Just go.